Please note that all calls are recorded. Please note that all calls are recorded.
Yo. What is the business, y'all? Local Neighborhood Super Rig. Off in this thing. Welcome to What's the Business / the Super Rig Show. I'm still trying to figure stuff out. Y'all know how I am. I can't make a decisions. But yes, this is my Saturday live that I'm doing today. Today we will be talking about all the crazy stuff that's going on in Minnesota. Also, a divorce that has shocked the TikTok nation. Well, some people, not me. I don't be on TikTok, and people get divorces, and they was childhood sweethearts. Never shocked at all. So let me see if these buttons work. Y'all know I'll be setting up stuff to see if it's gonna work the way I think it is, and it is obviously not working. Make sure I got this chat working, y'all. Let's see how it's supposed to go. Okay, I think it work like that. I highlight the chat. Hey, there go the chat highlight. Okay, and then let me see something else real quick. Yeah, we'll be good to go. Kind of odd. Let's see. Of course, of course. Oh, okay, there goes chat. There we go. Cool, cool. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Several. Wow. Oh yeah, I asked a question too. Let me see what that question is. I can't find the damn chat. I swear, I'll be trying to have together, y'all, and it'll never be working. Oh, there you go. Okay, and let's see what house also. Hey, Rainy Feathers, what's the business with you? I got my claps over here too, as well. I got my claps over here. Rita Bay. Oh, you know multiple couples. Let's see how this is. So out of 6 votes, 83% of y'all know people that still together. That's what's up. What's up, Teresa K? And then what's up, Toy Toy? Yeah, so we're gonna talk about the divorce stuff first, and then we're gonna go into the Minnesota stuff because there's a lot of stuff with the Minnesota stuff. We're gonna talk about, of course, the shooting and the timeline of events and the most current thing and just how that's gonna affect the rest of the country. The fraud that's been going on there with the governor and the child, what is it, the child care stuff. I wanted to look into that because I'm gonna do a whole video about that, but I wanted to touch on that as well, and just everything that's going on in the country in general. But it's like Minnesota is like a zoom in of what's going on. Also, they are trying to freeze any of the child care packages to them, but the judge said they can't. So we gonna go into that. Also, and as usual, I don't be having stuff set up. I've been trying to get stuff set up. My daughter went and got a pizza for me though, so I ain't go front. I was back there eating. Let me see if I can get this screen up and we can go get started on this divorce thing. Let's see, which one is it? Oh yeah, and I got a question for y'all too. I also got a question for y'all to see which layout y'all like the best. So y'all can let me know which one y'all like. Hold on. Because I got 2 show ideas that I want to do. And so we go through them like that. Let's see. Here we go. Sit right here. Social media. Okay. All right. So the idea for one show, one layout is this layout right here, okay? And this is, my super rig layout, the super rig show layout. So this is one layout, okay? And it's dark, but I want to do this like as a nighttime show and talk about flip rumors and non-important stuff like that. But then my other layout for when I talk about important stuff is gonna be this one right here. What's the business layout right here is what's gonna be for this one. So so y'all let me know, and this will be like my morning show layout. Okay, so this morning show layout, nighttime show layout, or flip entertainment layout, and then important news stuff layout. So y'all let me know how y'all feel about that. We're gonna start with this one first, and really I'm just practicing right now. Make sure these buttons work is what I was mainly doing. All right, y'all. The first story is and this is according to TMZ. Popular social media couple split over alleged infidelity. That's right. Another social media love story has officially crashed and burned. The Scotts are done. TMZ obtained the court docs out of Harris County, Texas. They was in Texas? Word, I didn't know that. Out of Harris County, Texas, in which Christie alleged infidelity as the reason she saw for the split, saying it completely wiped out any reasonable chance of reconciliation. The paperwork says the couple will soon stop living together as a husband and wife. They met at 14. 14 is crazy. And then tied the knot years later in 2014 and shared 2 sons. The split will likely blindside fans since the two built their brand on joint content packed with family chaos, design and renovation projects, and prank vids. Well, I hate some prank vids. Though she last posted him on TikTok back in early December. And see, y'all, if y'all not new here, y'all know how I despise people openly sharing love online or openly sharing really any personal business online outside of like a little smidge to let people in. But when you make your whole identity, your whole business, your relationship, your online stuff, I just don't see how it's gonna work. Same thing with celebrity relationships. It just seems like too much because you gotta uphold this image that you done gave to people. People got their opinions about stuff, but worst of all, you are just giving access to people of the other person. They getting to know the other person throughout the whole situation. So if they ever come to this person, they already got the playbook to do whatever is needed to infiltrate if there's any cracks. When you have a crack in the foundation, you can't just leave the foundation open. No, you gotta be like a construction site. Construction site, they put the barriers around it so they can fix the stuff so anybody, infiltrate and mess it up. You gotta show a whole relationship on social media. What the he see. All right. Let me see how this work. Does this work like this? And now it's showing all the chats down here at the bottom. It's scary now. I don't know how to shut it off. Let me see. How do I shut that off? Like that. And then why is that showing back there? I hate I be having oh, duh. Thank y'all for troubleshooting with me. They also co-own Meant to Be Films, a production company centered on wedding and video photography and storytelling. As of now, it's unclear what happens to the business post breakup. We reached out to reps for Christy and Desmond. So far back, no word. Now, if we click on this Instagram, let's see how serious it really is, okay? Let's see how serious. Now, I don't know nothing about her Instagram or nothing like that, but let's see. It's the first thing you do when folks break up. At least what I do is, the first thing I do is I go in and I see if they still got posts of each other up on the site. So let's see. Let's see if they still got posts of each other. All right, and you go back, see how far. This was 4 weeks ago. So 4 weeks, okay, that was December. All right, so this is telling me one or two things. All right. One, she hasn't told her team, if she has one, to come and purge the pictures of all of them together. Or they missed that one. Or, yeah, it's still some of them up here. Okay. All right. Yeah, so in my experience, okay, which y'all know, very experienced on a lot of stuff sometimes, usually when somebody announces a divorce or a breakup, usually when it ain't like they still try to want to, even though I know the divorce papers been filed, don't get it twisted, I know the paperwork been filed, but I done known folks that done file paperwork, okay, and not just a few. I don't know, a lot of people file paperwork, and you go to their social media, especially if they lived on social media. You go to their damn social media, and they still got their spouse, the old pictures up. They ain't purged it yet. A lot of times that mean they still kind of want some type of, they still trying to process it. They might want to fix it up because the people who live on social media, unfortunately and sadly, this ain't for normal people who just use social media, regularly. And when I say that, I mean, if you got people that post their entire relationship on social media, they not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about them people. Them people who live their relationship on it. If they leave that person up there, they trying to reconcile. And then they got businesses together too. So, they probably don't seem like it's legit over yet. It probably is, but it might not be because she will get purged, or maybe she ain't got no time. Maybe she distraught. Do he got a Instagram? Let me see what his Instagram look like. Let's see. What's his name? Desmond Scott. Ain't that a basketball player? Christy Sarah. Oh, did she change her name? Maybe it might be for real. Let's see. But I don't know what her name was originally. Let's see. Desmond Scott. What is it? Divorce. Wait, Instagram. If he got an Instagram. Okay, so this is Instagram. Let's see if he done took her off at all. So we scroll down. We scrolling. Scroll. Okay, so we got romantic dinner up here. Maybe she in this video. Oh, so this look like he leaving advertisements up to the ladies. Like, look, she's saying I'm cheating, but if I cheat on you, I'm still gonna be romantic. So you still need to come on, swing this way. Yeah, see, okay, all right. This still up here, and I'm gonna be honest. Red Baron will bring a family together. Red Baron is the best frozen pizza. All y'all to join those people, please have a seat. Is it good? Yes, but it ain't Red Baron. I'm just put that out there. All right, so they still got their pictures up. He still got his up. The romantic ones too, kissing in the mouth and stuff online. I ain't go front. Kissing in the mouth on social media is insane. That I don't husband, wife. I don't give a damn who it is. Please don't be kissing in the mouth on picture. A video is cool because that mean the moment move, but y'all know me. I messed up. She still got her hearts up over here, so that mean they ain't even followed each other or nothing. Very. What's this? Is this French toast? I like some French toast. Yeah, that looked like a good recipe. Any goddamn way. Yeah. So let's see. Do y'all have any thoughts on this? Hey, alleged lease in the house. What's the business, alleged lease? What's popping? Y'all hear creators saying TikTok not playing like they used to? Yep. And saying Instagram shut down they stuff a long time ago. Matter of fact, check this out. Oh yeah, before we move on to subjects, y'all know what are y'all thought processes on this situation? Do y'all think this is for publicity? Cause I ain't go front. They still following each other on the Insta Grizzles and still got their pictures up and they live online. Is either for the branding, for the business stuff, or the paperwork. Cause just cause you filed don't mean you gotta go through with it. And I don't be trusting these Instagram social media couples in no way, any goddamn way. Because to me, it's just all putting on. So let me see what y'all talking about. Allegedly said, "Yep, I told Super about that Wednesday. It shocked me, Teresa, but they said IG closed out their pay option for content creators, and now TikTok is paying out pennies per 1,000 views." Look, y'all, we gonna look at some reactions because people talking about it. I watched this video about that the other day. But that's the thing about this social media stuff. You can't. This not your platform. I got this book. It's called Built to Sell. All right. It's about build whatever business you go into. You gotta have something that is independent of anything somebody else's stuff. You know what I mean? We put all our videos here and stuff, but I hope people doing are saving their videos and building their own platform, or own newsletter, on something else, because they can turn your water off at any time. We learned that on the struggle stream. Soon as we got monetized, they demonetized us. Talking about we was not Biden, but reused content, right? Because I was chopping up lives and putting them up, and that's another reason I slowed down, because they was saying we was reusing our own content and demonetize us for 3 months. So you don't never know when they'll cut your water off on none of this stuff. Now with the TikTok thing, I mean, it's quite obvious what's going on with that. When the Chinese company had it, people don't know how. People think TikTok blew up on some it's the coolest thing. No, check this out. TikTok. Let's see. See if I can find this video, because it was like a 2-hour video I seen on this here. It was about let's see what TikTok did to, and this video came out a few years ago. I can't find it right now. And why would I put this in and this gonna show me some stuff not even conducive to the conversation I'm trying to find out? Hold on, let me see something real quick, y'all. So damn it, I can't find a damn video. I don't feel like keep putting in the wrong thing because when I Google stuff by myself, it always pop up. Whenever I'm on live, it don't never pop up. But I mean TikTok pay. Oh, I know why. Because I'm in the wrong damn account. That's why. But it's all good. What? Y'all see what I'm saying? Y'all see what it's showing right here, right? This is crazy. All right, I think this guy right here. Let's check this out. Yeah, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button for your boy. Make sure y'all do that. Now this the guy I watched the other day, and he had to me he had like the best dude. I don't know if y'all watch this farmer dude, but it's this farmer guy that do TikTok. He do TikTok and YouTube and stuff, and he really broke it down. Very very good. Uh-oh, hold on. Let me get this sound working. I'm trying to stay vigilant.
Really embraces what I've been talking about this entire video.
So no, I have not been shadow banned. What had happened was TikTok back in probably October, they stopped paying, and so I stopped caring. I did a video back in November that got, I think, 20 million views at this point, just under 20 million, like 19 point something, and it's an 11-minute video with an average view time of over a minute. And if you want to know how much TikTok decided to pay me for 20 million minutes of eyeballs looking at their platform, they paid me $1,300. $1,300 for 20 million views on an 11-minute video. So, like, okay, if that's the best that I can hope for, like, because 20 million, I never thought I'd do a video with 20 million views like that. That's crazy, right? So if the best I can hope for from 20 million views is to make $1,300, then I'm not going to invest time in making videos for this platform anymore, right? Like,
And a lot of people, once again, I'm sorry for pausing it, but people are saying, "Oh, you made $1,300. It's $13 that you didn't have previously, or it's free money, or you didn't have to work whatever job." Guys, imagine if you made a content creation or whatever, you had a page or whatever. Your average views range from 50,000 to maybe even up to 80,000.
I am staying vigilant. I got all the stuff. Let me show y'all all the screens I gotta have up. Okay, I got this chat screen I gotta have up. Goods told y'all the other day. Then I got this dang audio mixer screen I gotta have up, and then you gotta have the other videos queued up, coming up, and making sure all this stuff. This is not an easy thing, okay? When you're not using that StreamYard and shit, cause y'all know StreamYard kiss my ass. I ain't never going back to none of them other things. I'll struggle for the rest of my life before I go back to them motherfuckers. Go kick me off the goddamn thing for no damn reason, just cause YouTube kicked us off. So yeah, but it's a lot that's going on. I just lost the audio screen again just now because there's so much stuff going on. I ain't know how to find it no more. It'll come and it'll disappear. There, oh, okay, there it go. It came back and shit. I think it came back. I don't even know where it's at again. Oh, here it go. See, the stuff will just disappear. See, I gotta find this. It needs like all the different audio sources. You know what I'm saying? You press this.
No, I'm just saying.
But
just
if I
randomly from
switch
this
screens, this will switch to another one of these. So you got to be vigilant when you want to show a whole bunch of different stuff, you guys. All right. Now, and I did not take my vitamins, so I don't feel like being wired today. So I am doing my best to stay vigilant. Y'all saw I caught it way quicker than usual, though. Indian way. Y'all heard about this farmer motherfucker talking about it. Here go a white person. Nah, she's showing numbers. This was a good one. Hers was real good. She showed numbers. And shout out to these creators that can go, that be watching TikTok and finding these clips and shit. Cause y'all know I hate TikTok. I hate that bitch like a motherfucker. But shout out to them. And this dude, Jay Reed. Shout out to Jay Reed. Make sure y'all go follow him. He got 230,000 subs, so y'all probably already follow him and shit. I need to do this. Just watch TikTok and share they stuff, but I'm not.
Relied on this income, even though they had their full-time job or something else on the side. They were, doing this to just make a little bit of extra money. But it's just,
oh, y'all know, I know. I appreciate y'all too. I appreciate y'all. I'm trying to be ahead of the game, but y'all, I know y'all do. Y'all just be playing. Y'all know.
Crazy. And this is an live example of what it looks like when they're cutting the pay.
I want to show you guys exactly how hard TikTok is screwing over creators right now. So this is the best month I've had on the Creator Rewards program back in September. I was like, oh shit, I can actually start living off TikTok. That's amazing. I've been posting like 4 or 5 times a day for over a year now. Awesome. But then here's this month. What the fuck, TikTok? I've just put in thousands and thousands of hours into making content for you guys. And this is my reward. If you're wondering why you're seeing so many ads on TikTok now, that's because that's the only content they push out. And the only way to get paid now. And one of my posts this month got 1 million views. That was on my other account. And even still, I only made $200 for the whole month over there. 1 million view video back in September would have made me like $1,000. This month, I got 70. Do you know how hard it is to get a post to get 1 million views? With my size following, that might happen once a month, every other month.
This is real life, and it looks like people are going to start having to pick up other jobs now. They're going to start having to work, more hours at their job to supplement this income, because you go from 3,500.
Hey, I'll be honest. How he said some people are gonna have to go pick out some jobs for some more income. I ain't go front. And he cleaned it up at the end, but it sounded very much like, yeah, motherfucker, you just thought you was go turn on your phone to make some money, you lazy bitch. You better get back on that corporate plantation, motherfucker. That's what it sounded like. But he cleans it up. Y'all. He cleans it up.
will round it up, $3,600 all the way down to 70, or not even 70, $30, guys. This is real life, and it's very similar view performances, and this is only a few months on end. This is after they made the deal, guys. This is insane. And like I said, I know people are going to be in the comment section saying, oh, being a creator and all these different things, it's not a real job, whatever the case is. Everybody doesn't do full-time, content creation. Some people do it as a side hustle. Some people do this to supplement and make some extra income because it is there. It's basically free money at the end of the day. If you talk about, getting the views and promoting these ads and, it's basically free money for a lot of creators. So you talk about an entire platform getting rid of this opportunity for people to put in hours, put in work, and then make money from their phone. It's life changing. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. But when we talk about TikTok, how this has been going on for such a long time, a lot of this started during the pandemic. Y'all remember, people were making $200,000 a month, $300,000. Like, this is on the lower end. This is a smaller creator, right? 3,000. I've seen this number for some TikTok creators go all the way as high as $400,000 in a month. It is insane. I didn't even know it was even possible. But yes, this is why we're on YouTube, guys. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. I mean, I never really talk about the financial perspective of the channel. I'm not gonna go too deep into it. However, YouTube definitely, I think it's always been king of all these platforms. However, TikTok, it's just a quick scroll. It's just a scroll, and it's so addicting, which is why people love it, because it's shorter videos. It takes less effort to make the videos. You can just scroll and get views. Versus on YouTube, it's a long video. It takes 10 minutes, a 10-minute long video. And yes, 10 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but when you talk about quality and really investing much time into building a content that people are going to watch for 10 minutes, think about that. Most people don't watch videos for 10 minutes long, let alone, watching a short for, a couple seconds. It just depends on the situation. But that's why I love TikTok. I mean, that's why I love YouTube, because the platform, it's just different, man.
And he explained it very well. YouTube pretty much was the first one that was like, you know what, we go give them a couple of shekels for actually being the content, because YouTube was us too. It was about us doing this content stuff, and they actually pay pretty well. It depends on, like, if you in the finance world or whatever, every 1,000 views you make $20-$30 every 1,000 views or whatever. Even some of our videos, depending on what the topic is, you never know, but it paid pretty decent. You can make some pretty good money on here. However, you never know when they go turn that water off. And it is not a consistent type thing. It's not, if I post a video, like I just said, financial, it's not like if I post a video about how to save some money, that every video I post is gonna get $20-$30 a video. You might look in there one day and they paying 50 cents every 1,000 views or whatever, or they paying $2. So it's always like this with the social media stuff. However, YouTube is the best from what I've seen. Now, he brought up the pandemic, and the reason why everybody has a microphone and cameras in their house is mainly because of how much money people made during the pandemic. Because that was a once in a lifetime situation, as far as everybody was stuck in the house and everybody had a phone, and the people who already had all this equipment, it was the greatest thing that could happen, because people didn't have nothing to do but consume that. So since everybody was there, everybody numbers went crazy. Podcast folks was making crazy I'm talking about insane money. Like, folks got to leave the corporate plantation because of COVID and everybody being locked in the house. The bad part about that is everybody thought it was going to be like that forever, and nothing lasts forever. And as soon as people could start going to concerts and all that stuff, the numbers went down. Advertisers start putting their money back out to, doing old school advertising like billboards and stuff like that. And so it kind of slowed down. And then you have the lucky people, Joe Rogan or Joe Budden and stuff, they got, they big deals where they just kind of got bought out or whatever, or did some type of distribution deal and got the money front up so they could maintain. But a lot of podcasts, and they either had to pivot or, and I know it's some of y'all probably got some of y'all favorite podcasts where they just like, it's over. So everybody moved from just, the regular podcast stuff to Instagram, TikTok. And that's another thing. When TikTok came into the game, Instagram and YouTube with shorts tried to copy it. Instagram, Facebook said, you know what? We gonna pay people hella money to come over here, and the Facebook, because I don't know if y'all know, who is that guy? It's a couple of black comedians. I can't think of their name, but it's two. They kind of look alike too. I hate it. Hey, look, I'm dark skinned. All dark skinned dudes kind of look alike. They both got the big eyes. One used to go with Jess Hilarious. What's that dude's name? Country Wayne. Country Wayne and this other guy was making buku's money on Facebook. They was like the OGs of doing that Facebook, and Facebook started paying a whole bunch of people. Same thing with Red Table Talk, all that stuff. Around that time, Facebook was paying hella money, but that's the game. To get everybody to come over there, they will pay you insane amounts of money. They will pay people insane amounts of money. And once they got you over there and they let it ride, they gonna be like, all right, we got everybody. All right, turn the water off. And by that time, everybody hooked on the platform. Even the creators that be like, oh, they ain't paying no more, I'm gonna leave. They be too addicted to the community that they done built over there, to the form factor of doing it. And people want to claim they business people, but we very emotional, and these companies know that. They be like, bitch, you ain't going nowhere. You ain't going no goddamn where. Get to making that goddamn content. Little mama that was like, I was making 5-6 videos a day. She saying that like she gonna stop. She not. What she gonna do is she just gonna start posting other places, but she gonna be like, maybe it'll come back. I'm gonna keep posting there, because that's how they get you. Same thing with YouTube and any people that's done tried content creators. They do that shit over here. They'll give you one video, they go crazy, and you be like, oh shit, I made 2 racks off that video. Oh my god. And then you might not see that 2 racks again about 8 months. But you go keep chasing that carrot that they put in your face. And then the people that do crack and start making 10, 15, 20, 30,000, now it's a small 0.01% of each platform to make that, and they the big carrot that the rest of us follow, thinking, oh, I'm gonna get there too. But no, it's all, and that's why they try to claim like it's the talented people that make it to. No, it's not. They choose who go be up there, because most of the most talented people I be watching, I be like, don't get it. I don't get. Are you watching the same thing I watch? But they get it. They get us by repetition and hive-mindedness through the ether. If they can get 1,000 people to think something dope, that 1,000 people can convince another 1,000 people that, oh, if them 1,000 people, maybe I'm tripping. I'm gonna give it a chance. Now that's how Drake was able to take over, because of y'all, not me. Because of y'all. But that's how that shit worked. Now, speaking of coming into the game and just taking over, this video right here was crazy. This video came out 4 years ago. Okay. Now, it is a 50-minute video. It's a 50-minute video, so we can't go through the whole thing. All right. But basically, it goes through all of the things that TikTok did to take over. Let me see if I can find like the meat and crux of it. So check this out. This is how TikTok took over, and this is what Instagram did with their shorts program, and YouTube did the same damn thing. Just up until recently on YouTube, they had a deal with like Universal, all the music companies, right? You could post shorts, and if you use like, whoever was popping song at the time or whatever artist or whatever, you would make, I think it was like a 60-40 split or something real crazy, where you just make a short, use that artist thing, and you got a crazy split. Well, they did that to get certain people certain places, and then they just turned the water all the way up and was like, yeah, that's over here. We go copyright claim all y'all old videos too. But check this out.
Quick quiz for you. You're a company with an app that's incredibly popular in China, but now you want to compete worldwide against the biggest tech giants. Do you A. poach lots of the top employees from rivals like Facebook and YouTube by offering them higher wages? B. pay top influencers from Facebook and YouTube to come and post on TikTok instead? Or C. pour billions of dollars into running ads on Facebook and YouTube so you can literally siphon off users from your competitors? Trick question. ByteDance did all three. You see, TikTok's success should never have been able to happen. The current kings of user-generated content could have stopped it, but they underestimated TikTok and didn't realize they were a serious competitor until it was too late. By which point, TikTok had stolen many of their employees, creators, and viewers. Of course, the reason everyone underestimated them is because TikTok's growth rate is unprecedented. They went from nowhere to everywhere insanely quickly. So how did they do it? Now, when ByteDance launched the Chinese version of TikTok, they used a few slightly questionable promotion techniques. For example, they'd made deals with phone shops to unbox the devices, pre-install their app, and then reseal the box, so the app was already there when users switched on their new phone. However, with the international version of TikTok, one of their first genius marketing tricks was right out in the open for everyone to see. They initially encouraged users to share their TikTok videos on other social media. Which sounds strange at first. Why would TikTok want to make it easy for people to repost TikToks on Instagram, YouTube, Snapchat, and so on? Simple. Because every TikTok video contains a watermark in the corner promoting their app.
And that was insane because other social media places didn't want you to easily, before TikTok was doing that, Facebook and YouTube and all, and they was at war. They didn't want you to share your stuff amongst the others and stuff. And they would, before TikTok, you could kind of get away with it until they started reading watermarks. But TikTok took advantage of that by making it easy, like having a button to just share to them other places and the YouTube and stuff. And YouTube initially, they was like, oh, nobody give a damn, let them do it. But everybody was on YouTube was like, this came from TikTok, and everybody saw that little thing, and then everybody would go to TikTok, which is insane. And I skipped the history of TikTok, but TikTok was originally this app called Musical.ly that got bought out by this Chinese company, and the Chinese company had worked on this algorithm that they did all this research on or whatever to make it so addictive, and it's crazy, and it's like some black box where they won't tell everybody. In this deal where they sold TikTok, the US got access to the users and everything except for that goddamn algorithm. That's the only thing that the United States has zero access to. They got access to everything else except that, but they will let them license it and use it, but they got to filter through them. That's how important the damn algorithm is, but we're going to continue.
I'm willing to bet that even if you've never downloaded TikTok in your life, you've seen a video with the TikTok watermark. It's the ultimate free publicity. And remember, TikTok had made it so much easier to create content thanks to the in-app editing functions. So people would create videos on TikTok, then go and post them on all their other social media, giving TikTok endless free marketing. The ByteDance team would even make fake accounts on other social media themselves and just repost lots of the best TikTok videos. Because they knew that if you see that TikTok watermark enough, eventually you'll go and download the app yourself.
When they say teams, they was using bots. It's just back then the word bot wasn't as ubiquitous as it is now. Everybody know, but they was botting TikTok. They was Draking TikTok.
But as well as free promotion, the TikTok team did plenty of paid ads too. Now, to create an ad campaign, most companies hire expensive consultants, recording studios, editors, actors, designers, etc. But ByteDance just used videos people had uploaded to TikTok as ads. Their terms and conditions gave them permission to do that. Then all that money they saved on not making ads meant they had more money to invest in actually running ads across all major platforms. They initially targeted highly populated cities with low CPMs, like some of the poorest cities in India. This got them a lot of downloads quickly and cheaply, which shot the app to the top of the App Store, thus attracting lots of free publicity. Once TikTok had some momentum, they targeted micro-influencers with 5 to 10k followers on other social media, and promised to make them stars on TikTok if they started posting content on the app. Many of these influencers were frustrated by the slow growth on other social media, so they gladly made the switch to TikTok. Then TikTok stepped it up. They began targeting big influencers, like those with 1 million followers and above, by offering them big cash payments to come and post on TikTok. According to the Wall Street Journal, ByteDance even paid $1 million to get one unnamed influencer to post a video on TikTok. Whilst it may seem ridiculous, having celebrities using the platform attracted lots of new users and advertisers.
And they did that more than just one person. They paid hella influencers to go over there, because like I told y'all earlier, we as humans, we all connected through the damn ether and like to do what the other humans like to do. So they just paid for all of the popular people to go over there, but then they gave all the poor influencers from other platforms, email them, yo, you got them 5,000, yo, we get you 200,000 subs. You see how they didn't mention no money? They just said you was gonna get a lot of traction over on there. You was gonna get visibility over there, and they did. A lot of people was small somewhere else and went over to TikTok, and they went from small to Viagra over there.
Not just that, but it brought in investors. Just about every venture capital firm was looking to find the next Facebook, and seeing different stars joining the platform led to some investors plowing billions of dollars into TikTok, which ByteDance reinvested into even more advertising. At one point, they were spending $3 million per day on ads. The focus was just pure growth, not profit.
Do you understand how crazy 3 million a day in ads are? But it ain't too different than the movie industry. When they say a movie's budget was $140,000, usually about half of that was on ads and marketing and this, then the third.
But
that's how much our attention is worth, which is crazy. Like, people don't understand just how much their attention, aka energy, is worth.
one of the biggest keys to success was that ByteDance made many acquisitions of other companies that helped fuel TikTok's growth. Many of these were AI companies that could help improve their algorithm even further. But also, whenever TikTok expanded into a new area, they tried to acquire a local company who had good knowledge and experience of the city. However, ByteDance's most influential acquisition of all was Musical.ly, a short video app that was very similar to TikTok, especially with its emphasis on using songs in videos. The app was struggling a little bit, but it did have a solid user base in the US, especially amongst very young users. So buying this was a cost-effective way for ByteDance to get new users from a new market. ByteDance later merged Musical.ly and TikTok together, which a lot of Musical.ly users were unhappy with at first. But they soon got on board when they realized the TikTok algorithm was better. Now, whilst all of this might seem too easy, you have to remember ByteDance already had a formula to follow from all their experiences with the Chinese version of the app. For example, they knew how important it was to make the barrier of entry so low for creators. So they had a whole team creating beautifying filters to make people look better so they didn't feel self-conscious about posting videos. TikTok also copied many of the popular challenges over from the Chinese version so that there were lots of easy but fun challenges for people to participate in when they downloaded TikTok. And then one day, something surprising happened. It was early morning in the ByteDance headquarters. The marketing team were feeling tired. It had been an exhausting few months, and ByteDance have the same 996 working culture as many other Chinese tech companies, which means you work 9 AM to 9 PM 6 days a week. You get paid very well with lots of bonuses available, but it's intense to say the least. So everyone was a little surprised when early one morning someone excitedly shouted, "Arnold Schwarzenegger just joined TikTok." It was big news because Arnold wasn't getting paid or asked to do it. He just heard about the app and posted some videos for fun. This generated free publicity for TikTok and proved to them they were reaching a tipping point. They were no longer having to pay stars to join. TikTok was becoming the place to be.
And boom, there you have it. You get and that's how important the masses are. Like they try to make it feel like the masses aren't important, but you need the masses to move the needle for everybody else, like for the elites or whatever. The masses start, but it takes some people to, you know, be able to get them over there. But once everybody over there, they influence everybody else and they take over. But the thing is, that part of the video is very important. They spent hella money paying people to go over there initially. Paying the biggest influencers and content creators to go over there and bribing the smallest people to go over there first, okay? So it was not organic. Nothing that y'all see in this bitch is organic. YouTube is or social media in general is no different than going to casino and putting your content chip in the machine and pulling the lever. Every video you post is you pulling the lever. And you might look out, you might not look out. Once you look out though, it gets very addicting, just like the casino. Being a content creator is no different than being a content consumer, except you get money and they'll give you a little bit. Sometimes they give you a lot, then they'll take it back and be like, yo, and it's just a big cycle that they do to everybody. And then they just got some big people that the rest of us be like, I could be like them, I'm better than them. And they put midcore people at the top on purpose. Because why? Midcore people, or the average person, anybody feel that they the same as them. Same thing with somebody said that consciously Taylor Swift is now, I'm pretty sure genetically she is actually rhythmless and has no fashion sense, but let's take that out, take my bias out the way. Her team makes her dress very basic and move very basic on purpose, because that gives the average person somebody to relate to. People don't get that. Now, you got some artists that are aspirational artists, right? So people look up to them like, oh, be in awe. But they made her to be flatline, like a relatable artist, and that can engage way more people than looking up to people type people. You know what I'm saying? And they try to do this with the CEOs and shit now. That's why you see Mark Robot Zuckerberg and shit just trying to wear regular t-shirts and shit. They be trying to have them relatable. They pay PR companies to make them appear like the regular person. They'll put out sound bites where they be like, I went to Starbucks the other day and one cup of coffee was $7. I was appalled. They have a billionaire saying that shit when $7 is literally not even a penny to them at all. But they pay them so that make people feel like they relatable and that they can get to that one day. And that's how all this social media shit works. So back to the initial thing, while people leaving TikTok and they leaving Instagram, they just built these honeypots and was like, hey, come over here. And as soon as they used them all the way up and was like, all right, money's all ours now. See you guys later, bye. And now these apps are so big. And as they said, TikTok went and bought up more than just Musical.ly, other similar apps like them, to where it's not really gonna be no competition. The only competition now is Facebook, which did the Amazon business model of just buying up all the competition, buying them up, and if you wouldn't buy out, they would destroy you. And that's what they done. So now what we got? Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and little Spotify over there still doing this thing barely. Other than that, you got a whole bunch of fringe social media platforms that's trying to get on, but they don't have the massive money. It's one big investor that I forgot to mention that TikTok had as well. China, the government of China, and not just no regular we left school research. These were government employee researchers of psychology and a whole bunch of other shit that was involved in TikTok as well. And even though, I hate siding with the government on anything, but they weren't playing when they was like the China was using all that data and shit, because China was just doing the same thing our government do, just taking shit that we willingly give because we don't read the EULAs. Because who gonna read all of that tiny shit? We don't read them like none of Puff Daddy's artists read any of the contracts, including Lil Rod, Well, I'm pretty sure in the very small print, it had something in there that nigga you will go to sleep and sometimes you wake up with me behind you. But it was in the paperwork. Nobody reads it. So though I feel y'all know how I am. If it's the game, is the game, is the game. It's just the same thing with this YouTube shit. Like I'm starting multiple channels because you don't never know when they go shut off one channel or whatever the fuck. Also, my narcissism feels like I just need my own shit on in the first place and shit. Outside of the money, I still do this shit because I like looking at myself. But they can turn your water off because this is they block. This is they block that you selling your work on, and at any time they can come blow your brains out and be like, no, this is my block. Get you out or get you locked up. And people need to realize that that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. And let's see, how long did it take? It was a whole bunch of little places like Tumblr done disappeared. It was some app called Reel. Remember when Clubhouse was popping? Guess what? Twitter came in, just took their whole lunch. Like, bye, thanks, we're gonna do the exact same thing. See you later, bye. That's all that happens. That's all that happens. They make, and I forgot all about Twitter and shit because I'm kind of like, fuck Twitter. But I'll be on there because other people be on there because that's where you can find some good, funny people and news and shit, even though I don't post. But so we got Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. And Facebook and Instagram, same damn thing. So we got Meta, YouTube, TikTok, and X. And then you got Snapchat way over there. Freaky people sending. And Instagram took that shit where you can send ghost pictures and shit. So we got five places to go. Any other little place, I had a friend group that I don't know if they still working on the app, but they tried to do an app and they was like, yo, I think we should have made a different choice. Look at Isaac Hayes III with his fans app or fan base app and shit. Now I went over there and I opened the door. I was like, hey, you know, none of this shit work right? I clearly want to support you, bro, but it's kind of trash over here. I think I'm gonna let this bake a little bit, which is fucked up because it can only get better if people there to help improve it. But you need hella money for shit to already be working good. And that's the crux of it, man. That's the crux of it. And I want to be like, oh, it's fucked up. That's the game. No, that's America. People need to stop. Not people need to stop, but you got to understand these are corporations. And they open doors and then they shut them motherfuckers. But the only reason they open the door is just to give the illusion that the door is always open and that you gonna be good. No, you gotta know, get in and already be formulating your exit strategy every time. Don't be over here getting comfortable. And that's what them TikTokers did. Like she said, she was like, I can finally make a livable income. I bet she quit. I bet she went down straight to the Piggly Wiggly and said, fuck you, Jim Bob. I'm out of this bitch. I'm bigger than this fucking hick town. And now she back up at Billy Bob, and he probably gonna be on some set it off shit and be like, yeah, you want this job back, huh? Yeah, meet me at the Night's Inn on Access Road 72 at 7:30, and we'll see if that checker position is still open for you. Sad state of affairs out there. Sad game out there, you guys. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Where's the oh, okay then. Let me see. Is this working? Yeah, it do work. Okay. What's up? Is it SK-able? Skullable? Is this what it is? What's the business? Hope you doing good. Praying for you out there. Be a blessing. What's the business? Be a blessing. Neville, 2T2W, peace as well. I was in the store today in the toy aisle and they had a bunch of action figures. I said Super would lose his mind. Hey, on some real shit. Cause is it Furry B Productions? No, it's I think it's Furby Productions. It might be somebody else, but every time I go down to a lab, it's one other person that be buying Transformers and shit like me, and I be damn near go post it on the post every once in a while. But I try not to go down to aisle because 9 times I'm gonna I'm gonna leave with some shit. So I ain't been in a couple of weeks, but it's very hard for me to walk out. They always have some bullshit I'm about. Let's see. Bruh could be making a killing just reselling his action figures alone. Nah, these is all reissues. These is all reissues and stuff. I ain't got no, like, nothing that's really worth no money. Because this is the thing about collectibles, right? Or toys and all of this shit. That phase, the time to get them hoes was when they initially came out. But now all the original toy makers are using the same original molds. So they flood the market. And their target audience ain't kids. It ain't look, it's us. It's us. So the ones that got all the original shit that could have sold for a long time ago, all us that would have paid that, they done reissued it. So it's done flooded the market. So toys resale value done kind of went down because it's like the only shit that is still worth some shit is the shit they ain't gonna reprint. Like the fucking Mum Ra's Castle, which I had that bitch all the way up until I was like 20 something. I threw that bitch away. And right now I can sell that bitch for like $600. Oh my gosh. I had original Voltron shit, all sorts of shit, but that was before the internet. When I threw out, well, not before the internet, but before this internet that exists, I threw all this shit away, just gave it away or something like that. And so I'm rebuying my childhood that I had. But it's way kind of cheaper now because they just come out with them. And then they come out with them, we already got them, and then they be on sale like 2 months later. So it's a good thing. One day, though, well, no. And I wouldn't even sell my damn toys and shit. I play with these motherfuckers. Y'all see, I got my goddamn... I was up there having goddamn a fight between motherfucking Galvatron and damn Scourge and them the other day watching Transformers. I don't buy this shit just to look good. I be having fun with my shit. Let me see. They also pay people overseas or bots to come in and show them in a positive light. I don't know if y'all know what the dead internet theory is. Dead internet theory, let me see if I find a video on it that ain't too long. Let's see. Dead.
With even celebrities now voluntarily.
Dead. Let's see. Is this it right here? All right, check this out.
As AI has gotten bigger and more complex, a theory has risen called the dead internet theory, which is that the majority of the internet, from the content you see to the people you interact with, are all bots. And the more I learn about dead internet theory, the more that I realize that everything really is bots. The Minecraft parkour Reddit text-to-speech videos that show up on your shorts feed are usually made from bots, and of course, a lot of comments are bots. Even though they say really nice things about my videos, they're not real. Even Instagram had that weird AI chatbot feature where you could talk to characters like your old high school rival or Freaky Bob, which, I mean, I probably would talk to Freaky Bob. I'm curious what he has to say. But the craziest example of bot-made content I found is I was looking up a web development question, and I got this video recommended. It was a Beluga Discord-style video, but with coding questions, and when I clicked on their profile to see what else they've made, I noticed that they had not 1 million subscribers, but 1 million videos. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. I didn't even think that was possible. And I guarantee that this isn't the only channel like this. There's probably tons more I don't even know about. Oh yeah, also Instagram had an option for you to talk to any influencer that has an AI of themselves set up, and that does not seem like a good idea at all.
Now, so the internet theory is majority of the motherfuckers that we see and interact with are not real people at all. Now, I'm pretty sure some of y'all seen this. It's called The Great Hack. Okay, it came out on Netflix, and it was basically about Netflix. And I'm not Netflix, but Facebook and the elections and all of that stuff, and how there were companies out there that was basically and this is both sides of the aisle, but Trump them as well, was buying bots that would go on Facebook or other social media shit. The bots would go set up a page, and then put a whole bunch of whatever rhetoric they needed. And usually what they would do is they would set up like a page and it would seem like it's a black person saying, yo, all white people, screw whitey, this and third, and specifically name certain groups, right? And then they would pay to get traffic to them certain groups. And then they would make another page, the bots would, for their targeted group, and then do a whole bunch of, yeah, black people is doing this or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And these two bot pages going to war with each other, but the engagement would bring in real people. And boom, now they got real people in these bots, but the real people is engaged with bots. And this was back then. That technology is way past that now. It's people that you be arguing with on the internet right now that are not humans, and people do not understand that. On it's hella channels on YouTube where you think these people really popping, and they done paid the max for the max bot farms, because it goes back to what I said. If you can get a bunch of people to think something popping, they will get onto it if they think other people onto it. So the dead internet theory is, now we not even interacting with each other. We are, but a good chunk of it is not even real people. And the everyday person has no idea the technology out right now. It's so bad. And this is not new, what I'm about to tell y'all. This is just, I know people that have because there's other platforms other than OF, all right? But I know people got 5 or 6 AI bots that are basically sex bots, where they paid a real girl that was already on OF for her likeness, okay? Paid for, and scan her face and all that stuff. It is a complete 3D AI version of her that look just like her. It don't look like no robot. No, it looks like her. She provided the voice. She trained the bot for him and all of that shit. And she went from having a post content for real to now it's just an AI version of her. This AI version of her can text the dudes, send nudes of whatever position, wherever on earth, with whoever they want her to be with, out of no, and they paying like $200-$300 a month for this. And there's people, they got like 10, 20, 30, however much money and time you got to build all of these. And if I was to show you the profiles, you'd be like, yo, that look like a real person. Because it is a real person, but it ain't. Then they got the shit where if you want to make, and this is real crazy shit, if you want to have a fantasy with somebody else, you take the picture, you just send them in a picture, and then make a whole AI version of the person. And then you can make AI videos of yourself with them and watch it. And you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And it's a lot of that type of content that people watching, thinking it's real people, but it ain't. It's not real people. And they interacting with these. Now, it's supposed to be disclaimers on certain this type of content, right? But who makes the most money out in this? It's the most unscrupulous. Who doesn't follow the rules? Because they know down here in this realm, people call it Earth, I call it prison. The rules are meant to just have everybody else follow it. The people who run it don't follow none of them rules they give us. And so the unscrupulous say fuck the rules and they do that. But that's the dead internet theory. And it's very crazy. It's hella YouTube videos. That's just all bots. It's all AI. And the AI getting so good, I used to be able to tell the difference between the AI voices. Them videos like these, this where I'm mad at. Let's see. This where I used to be like, yo, I ain't watching them AI videos and then like that.
Y'all, I don't know.
Let's see. So I like to look up. I don't know why I be putting 808. So I like to look up history videos of my favorite, artists and stuff, right? Okay. And when these videos that be like this, let me see if this the one.
Their debut single in 1980 Take your time, do it right. This song reached #1 on.
That ain't no real person's voice. That's AI. But it's made to sound like they just bad at reading. That's AI. Okay. And most of these music history videos be AI videos. And it's kind of real simple. If you really want to start it, you could do that. You know what I'm saying? The only ones I really trust is the ones that's before and the person actually show their face. But a lot of these faceless channels ain't real people. And you can go and set up, if you got Gemini or other AI things, and you go into their other platforms, they got it to where you can set up these agents and be like, yo, you go gather these clips for me. You write the script, you narrate the script, and then you go edit the video, put it all together, and you doing all this shit while you drinking some goddamn water. It sound real, look real, all that shit. So a lot of the shit, y'all already know. Y'all from over at the struggle stream already know what's that damn cause we ain't been over there in a minute. We used to go over there for hip hop news, and it was a dude named Sam Moore that did every article. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Sam Moore, hip hop news. Let's see. Is it gonna pop up on here? Same. I can't find. I forgot the name. Was it Complex? It was some. It was some. It was some hip hop site we used to go to all the time. But all of them articles was AI. Every one of them. And they was all written by Sam Moore. Sam Moore was writing 52 damn articles a day. Get the fuck up out of here. So yeah, man. Yeah, let me see if this chat thing work right correctly. Then we gonna move on to Minnesota and stuff. My boyfriend AI is insane. Yes. Yeah, people are having legit relationships. There we go. People are having legit relationships with the AI. And I gotta be honest. I can't really blame nobody. I ain't been in the streets in a long time, but I know when I was in the streets, it was deplorable. It was deplorable because for a little bit I was deplorable also, but then when I had fixed myself and stuff, I was running into deplorableness. So it was just all deplorableness just all around. And so it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna make me a good person. Cause you talk to them all day. Talk to them. They don't get tired of your stories. They go laugh at all your jokes. They go tell your ugly ass that you cute. Can we really blame the people? Can we? It's very dystopian, but people need connections, and people need connections so bad it don't matter if it's human or not. But this is all about design though. That's something else we gotta be very cognizant of. It's very, very much so about design. If TikTok was smart, they would have got in front of the people who want to start content create. Wait, hold on. Let me go over here because I can't read that. Read it over here and shit. And why is it fading out to the top? I swore I was just reading some. Oh, yeah. If TikTok was smart, they would have got in front of the end of people who want to start content creation but don't know how to go about by offering editors for free, charging the algorithm. Well, that's the whole thing. They skipped that by making TikTok easy as fuck to edit on. That was another reason everybody went on there. That's a good idea, but the whole point was just anybody pull out their pocket and do shit, and then with the filters. And people don't understand how powerful. That's why Snapchat was really popping. Yeah, that whole your dick pics disappear was, that was a nice feature, but really it was the ladies and them goddamn filters. And not even ladies, dudes too. I ain't tripping. Them bad acne having motherfuckers putting them goddamn filters on. And it is insane that most people pictures, especially in some celebrities, oh my gosh, but just regular people pictures. I got friends, man, from that I done met along the way, and I know what they face look like. And every time I go to their social media, I be like, wow, you do know, like, your real friends know this ain't your face. You do know that. And I think people really believe that they filtered face is they face. And it is crazy. So with the all of the ideas that could be done, it's crazy. And then Fiverr, I know you know about Fiverr and stuff, all of that. The way they doing stuff now, like all of the Adobe stuff I got now, it's all back in it's all back in YouTube. And my son, he made a movie or a short film for school or whatever, and I was like, yeah, you can go and dump stuff in Adobe. He pulled out, I guess he got the CapCut Pro or whatever, and Adobe who? He ain't need that stuff. But that's they go try to squeeze it out. It's a good idea, but they got people the least resistance, the least path of resistance is what people take, and that's what it is, man. It's real sad. Instead of taking money from the creator, they pimps. Why not take all the monies? Because in corporate world, y'all seen Wall Street, greed is good. That's the whole moniker in a corporation. Legally, they got to make the decisions that will make the most money for the shareholders with no morality. None of that shit matters. If you did something morally correct, but it costs the stockholders money, you could be held accountable for that. If you have any fiduciary duties to said company, you could be held accountable for doing the right thing if it costs money. So whatever is the most maximized way to make money, that's what they do. Just like that's why Saw 6 my favorite one, where Jigsaw kidnapped all the motherfuckers from the insurance company that got him out of his cancer treatment. And more people should have saw that movie so it could break down how that shit works, how systematic. He was, and I'm pretty sure that's probably in Luigi's top movie list. They good old Saw 6. Was it Saw 6 or 5 or whatever? I know the pain. I'm in a whole nother zone. And why is this so let me see. I don't want this to be that. Can't read these. Do that. All right. I don't know. Not a person that watched Mr. Beast. He don't even pop in my algorithm. And that Mr. Beast is that's the children. That is where you get the children. His shit is literally candy for a child's brain. Like he sit there and he claimed he's just him by himself, but But Mr. Beast had actually been on YouTube since he was like 11, 12 years old and shit. So that's his entire life. But his shit is made to get a 7-year-old's attention. And that's where all of the iPad babies, iPad kids watch Mr. Beast. It ain't us. But of course it could be it's a large sum of bots as well, but most of his viewers are children that, should be monitored. But let's be honest, who got time to monitor children? Like, that's asking a lot for a person, to be honest with you. To monitor a child when you got iPads? Come on. That's just like back when I was young. Well, they didn't need to monitor us. We had MTV, BET, Nickelodeon. Hence, all this shit back here, because my parents had 2-3 jobs and shit. They was trying to feed me. Have time to be interacting with me on a daily basis. Television. Now they got the iPads and shit. And the cool thing about the iPads and shit, these kids don't even want no toys. They just want the damn game that be 90 cents or $7 for some Roblox draws. Or whatever the hell. Roblox is crazy. Let me see. I never heard of him into that controversy about his games. Me too, when he had millions of followers by then. It's the childs. Yeah, TikTok can't figure me out because I'm too scatterbrained. So I just swipe up and down. TikTok, I know TikTok know what I look like. And I'll scroll TikTok 2-3 times and then it'll show me some ass. It never fails. And I think I'm like, maybe the algorithm think I'm a 20-year-old black the kid and it's assumed that I'm sexually charged because I'm dark skinned or whatever the fuck, and be like, no, he like ass. We gonna just keep showing him ass until I'll be like, will you please get the fuck off of this motherfucker? I'm trying to see this goddamn French toast recipe, motherfuckers. And then I get the fuck off. Plus, I don't like not being able to choose what the fuck I see. What type of shit is that? Just go show me some shit because they think that's what the fuck I want to see. Get the fuck out of there. Let's see. Damn, I ain't supposed to be cussing on this channel. I'm on Blue Sky. That Black Sky hashtag stays active. I had got on Blue Sky, but I ain't like Twitter in the first place. Like I said, I be on Twitter because that's where the feed put the news and shit. Really, I ain't get back on Twitter to the Drake shit because everybody just kept posting when the battle was going on. And I just stuck around because as our channel got put into that bag, I did. But for the most part, I don't know. To me, Twitter and it really was just like a long time ago, my love. That's just where you went to go see butt naked folks. You know what I'm saying? Like all the old school porn women and shit, and you know, they would post just ass naked on the X back in the day on Twitter. So that's what it was initially used for. Then I was like, I don't want to see ass no more. Really, Solo, it seemed like people stopped talking about it. I never went over there because I don't like social media for real, for real. Shout out to you, allegedly, at least. I think it's Cosmo Fury, yeah. It's yeah, I think it's Cosmo Fury. It's somebody, y'all know I be fucked up with names, but I be like, man, I'm gonna post this. I wanna see if they got that motherfucker. The rest of the app seemed to have gotten a little too political. Not seem to. Purposely. Cause Threads is crazy now. Like Threads is goddamn Threads. I remember when Threads first started, it was kind of cool, but now, and maybe it's just what my feed show on Threads, but it's just all political shit. And now, this was so crazy about it. Now it just showed me all anti-Trump shit, but not anti-Trump shit. I like what's the word? It's very hard to find non-biased shit, but at the same time, I can tell when some shit is like when they trying to evoke emotion out of me or whatever. And so now just send me all this emotionally charged shit where I agree with it, but it's trying to make me, you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. And I'll be like, hold the fuck on. I know how y'all motherfuckers operate. And I have to get off that bitch because I'm like, they don't understand this. There's such thing as agreeing too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I get it. Why are y'all pushing this down? But what, you want me to be mad all that? Which is what they want us to do. And then scroll, be mad, share it to your friends and shit. Share it to your friends that got an opposite viewpoint of you. And so y'all start arguing. That's what they want you to do. Be like, oh yeah, this article will make sense to them to know that they made a horrible decision. Let me send it. I be doing that shit to Britt sometimes. I had to slow a while back. I would send Britt some shit I knew. I'd be like, yeah, this go make them see my points. And I'd be like, why the fuck is you doing this? You doing what the fuck they want you to do. You ain't about to change nobody goddamn mind on some shit. They'll change their mind on their own. But that's what it's meant to do. To get us to do that. Threads is not fun. At least my algorithm no more. And YouTube fuck it up because I be looking for shit to talk about. So I gotta have separate accounts for enjoyment. Let's see. Thank you, Unicron. Please don't eat our planet. That's the one thing I want to get. Then I want the Unicron. I think that motherfucker like. Whew, I think it might be 700. That's the only one I spend that much money on, but I can't do it right now. It's just my brain still can't reconcile with paying 700 for a non-video game type situation. I want to, but I'm not there yet. I'll be mad at $40. Really, I'll be mad at $20. I'll be like, y'all want $20 for this shit, motherfucker? A lot of progressive politics. Twitter went over there because of Musk, so I can imagine it's heavy politics. Yeah, it is unbearable. Also, AI catfishing people damn shame. That's why I don't like it. Yeah, for real. And back when in the old days, like I'm so glad I'm the age I am and was able to experience the internet before it was infiltrated fully by the bots, because the bots always been there, but to this sophisticated. Because the only thing you had to worry about back in the dating scenes back then was I know you ladies have hat fishing, and for both sexes it's something called fat fishing. And back in the day, like they would take all of that angles. You would find out later how it worked, but you would find anybody took all their pictures was this angle down, and it was never none from this point of view or from the side or anything with other people that was from the neck down. That was the only like form of it. I know y'all ladies got tricked by dudes wearing hats or short dudes not standing next to other people as well, like them tricks. But them was innocent tricks, you know what I'm saying, that eventually you could see the telltale signs. I think this person trying to hide some shit. But now it's people right now on Hinge talking to a bot. Bumble talking to a bot. A lot of people that's having relationships without even knowing it. At least the AI, the people that's going on AI people, at least they doing it and they know it. But it's a lot of people on these dating sites. It's talking to a bot. What do you mean we can't meet up for lunch? Brenda, it's been 42 weeks. All right. Let's see. I'm just glad I don't argue with people online. I have, and on the YouTube side, I did on TikTok. I did during the Drake shit. I will argue. I think I argued with 3 people where I left very long tangents because they said something that triggered me, and the shame I feel after. I was like, you just type, nigga, you didn't never turn in any research papers in school, and you just gave a dissertation on this goddamn social for free. You ain't gonna get paid for that. You don't even know this person, if it is even a person. My eyes get wider and shit because I didn't feel victim to the game. They know us. They know what to show you to go trigger you. No matter how self-aware you are, you can always get got. You have to stay vigilant, like I am on this audio right now. They do that with the kids without permission. That's why I get so mad about people posting their kids. Hold on. Wait. Posting their kids. Wait. Why did it disappear? Shit disappeared. Okay, there we go. They do that with kids without permission. That's why I get so mad about people posting their kids. I know you want people to see your mini-me, but people are using it to create an image to create. Now, allegedly, at least, we go touch on this, then we go to the Minnesota stuff. I remember not a long time ago, a few years ago, whatever. I think it was on ABC. Hold on, these kids. Head down the reunion. Head down. I'm on the air. All right. They had did a special about a company that was making kitty dolls, kitty adult dolls, if you will, or whatever. And a conversation got sparked was all right, well, if they're using them and don't go back over to the actuals, is that not a net plus? Like, isn't that, if they go do it, might just let them do it with the fakeries? And it was, I'm talking about that chat engagement was crazy. People on both sides of the fence on that. So now using other people's kids as images is crazy as hell, and that's why you shouldn't do it. That's what's a point of posting your kids online, why you shouldn't and shit. But I always think about that when that come up and there's some fake shit. I be like, I'd much rather R. Kelly had pissed on a doll than the actual person. You know what I'm saying? But what do y'all think about that? Let's see. It really should be a blessing and scary. The boots on the ground mama couldn't understand where a lot of people warned her. Who is the boots on the ground people? Oh, that girl. That girl. I know what she's talking about now. Be a blessing. I can show you channels where the only reason I know, is because I know the apps that's out there and shit. Shit, I got fucking LLMs and shit on my computers and shit. Make this shit here if I want to. Train my own goddamn voices and shit. But it's to the point now, like, you really got to know. That one was a basic one or whatever, right? But it's some that people watch every day, got millions of views, and that shit is very indistinct because you can train your own voice. Like, I could train my own voice and it won't sound robotic. It will sound like me. 100%. 100%. And there's people that's done paid their money for the top-notch ones. And you just go be listening to a AI version of either somebody else's voice or their voice. It's very indistinguishable now. Like, we really done crossed the threshold. Like, we have crossed it. Like, and it's been crossed a long time ago, but now the tools is getting cheaper and in the hands of everybody. But that's by design too, because they don't want us to be able to trust what we can see or what we hear or anything. They don't want, the more everybody confused, the better it is. The better it is. That's why the tools is being made available to everyone. Everyone, because now everybody, they don't know what to trust. We don't know what to trust no more. And that's great. A confused population is the greatest thing a dictator or any people in power could ever have. That's the greatest resource, a confused group of people that's so anxious, so paranoid, they just go with whoever the first person they can actually touch and listen to them, because at least I can see you and touch you. I know you for real. And that's the sad part about it. They mix in the bullshit still with the real shit. And when I say the bullshit, I mean like them robotic voices. Them robotic voices just either old videos or people that just using the old tools. But the new tools, let me see if I can find. We go here real quick. Then we go switch over to the shit. Then we go leave. Y'all know me. You know what? I forgot. Omar Pena had gave up a name for my my tinfoil hat shit. This is a part of the tinfoil hat. Banana. What is it? Neo Banana 3? AI Banana Neo 3. So let's see. Is this the best one? Or is it the Banana 3 one? That's what I'm looking for. Cause that's the one that they really doing this shit in. What is it? Gemini Banana. Reddit. Neo Banana. That's what the fuck it's called. So check this out, y'all. This is the Gemini Neo Banana, which is the latest version of the image generating software from Gemini. All this shit free. Okay. Now, what they doing here is they practice prompts, like sharing prompts with each other to get certain images, right? Well, now the whole point now is to make the most realistic shit, like really realistic shit. I'm trying to find the one they had. Like these right here is what they trying to do now. Now you can still kind of see it, but the average person, drunk night or whatever, they not questioning. They not gonna question that. You can still see it, but they getting to the point, because the thing is getting the poses and all of that shit right, and the intention, the human intention. See, that's the only thing AI really can't do. These pictures look intentionalist, and that's a subconscious thing that, you know, is very hard to recreate and shit, because we can sense that even in images and shit. So they look empty, But it's a couple of them where they just recreating existing pictures already. Like these right here, people getting tricked by these. People getting tricked by these right here because they want to be. They want to be. And this is the free version. This ain't even the paid version. The more you pay, the more you can do with it. Okay? But yeah, like people falling for that. And they just in here practicing, recreating album covers and shit like that. Over and over. But I keep saying this is the free shit that they have made available for anybody. Always look for this little emblem. That's how you gonna know it's Gemini. Okay? But they trying to recreate real, like make it look real as possible. Like these. These is the ones they recreating. How to unblur a video with banana, this an unblur one, but they trying to recreate shit that look like this. Not just the unblurring of it, but they want to make blurry shit like this. They in there trying to create ring videos. Ring videos. So they could trick us all the way to the end. All right, we about to move over to Minneapolis, okay? Which is now a bunch of shit going on in Minnesota. Now I'm working on a What's the Business video where I talk about the fraud, but more of the fraud, the history of the fraud in Minnesota with this goddamn Waltz. All right. Now let's see. I'll fix the next song. Let's see what this is about. If this got everything, because I want to see if it includes.
Paused federal assistance to child care centers there. Parents.
Let's see. This is the recent one.
After the Trump administration paused federal assistance to child.
We'll get into the fraud stuff. We're gonna do this Trump stuff, then the woman that got shot, and then the fraud stuff.
Child care centers there. Parents now wondering if their kids' daycare is in jeopardy as the government investigates fraud claims. CBS's Jonah Kaplan has been following this developing story from Minneapolis.
Homeland Security investigations. With roughly $185 million in federal funding frozen, a question. What happens to the 19,000 children from low-income families which rely on those child care services?
Over 20,000 children in over 4,000 programs across our state will lose access to child care and early learning.
$4 or $5 million got sent to this daycare center.
Federal officials credited this viral video from YouTube influencer Nick Shirley, who claimed he found dozens of empty daycares and health clinics that were scamming taxpayers.
Try to get in, rang the doorbell, nobody showed up.
We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
CBS News visited and reviewed the daycares mentioned in the video. One had a playground, another shared security footage with us, showing kids getting picked up and dropped off on the same day Shirley arrived. Several daycares were previously cited for safety violations, but state regulators found no evidence of fraud. The influencer's video faced pushback today from other daycares, including this center, which said it was vandalized earlier this week.
We've been receiving hateful messages through our voice notes threatening us.
Beyond daycares, there's no question Minnesota is reeling from a fraud crisis in other social services programs. Federal prosecutors have charged more than 90 people since 2022. More than 60 have been convicted. Investigators say the fraudsters exploited COVID-era rules to steal hundreds of millions of dollars intended to feed low-income kids, house the disabled, and provide services to autistic children. Court files obtained exclusively by CBS News showed where some of that money went instead. Luxury villas, fancy cars, and overseas wire transfers.
There are 14 social programs in Minnesota funded by Medicaid that are currently under investigation both by the state and federal government. Child care is not one of them. But Eureka, also tonight we're learning from Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. He's threatening to sue the Trump administration if the child care funding does indeed stop.
Jonah Kaplan staying on top of it for us. Thank you.
Comedian. Yeah, so So they using all that stuff, and in my video, I'm gonna go into depth about old buddy's videos, because he was doing some extracurricular shit he wasn't supposed to be doing really when he was going to them whatchamacallits I think I seen. Let's see. And I'm gonna work on that on What's a Business video, which is funny because anything I do about the about Trump or the election, I get they don't push that video out. But all the shit on the preachers or the dumbass, like the celebrity news shit, it get pushed out. Barely. And it sucks. So I'm gonna keep putting both out though, regardless. So let me see what I was looking for. All right, so all of this fraud in Minnesota is not any old stuff that they trying to put out. Let me see if I can find the right article on this. You know what? I think I got my old videos from the actual story I was putting together. Let me see, where is it? What's that day? Because the story was starting off with the damn Somali scams and shit. So I think this is right here. Let me get this open. Y'all go get a little previews of the remix.
And Homeland Security is conducting what it calls a massive investigation into alleged fraud in Minnesota's Somali community. A viral video claims to expose misuse of taxpayer money that was supposed to be spent on social services. Now, federal agents say they're going door to door to investigate, as the state's Democratic governor is pushing back on allegations that he's ignored the issue. Minneapolis Star-Tribune senior investigative reporter Jeff Meitrot is here for more on that. Jeff, thanks so much for coming on. You know, our ABC affiliate KSTP reported on license violations at some of these sites back in January. They revealed 62 investigations involving federally funded Minnesota child care centers. And I know that you've investigated this in depth, too. So what are the facts at this point, and what's new now?
Well, it's been 10 years of fraud here in Minnesota. This daycare program that was the target of this most recent video was the first state overseen program that led to fraud charges back in 2014 through 2017. They built 10 different cases back then. Unfortunately, most of those people got a slap on the wrist, which really may have only emboldened the fraudsters. And since then, there have been frauds involving a state-operated meals program that's supposed to feed hungry, poor children, and now housing programs, autism programs. It's really a spiraling crisis here.
And President Trump brought this up a few weeks ago when talking about ICE targeting Somali immigrants in Minneapolis. He also said, quote, "Their country stinks and we don't want them in our country." How big of a problem is fraud in the Somali community there, and how are Somali Americans?
And then I'm not laughing at the statement. I'm laughing that we live in a world that is a direct quote from the leader of the country. And that reporter had to be able to say that with a straight face, that preschool sentence.
They're responding.
Minnesota is home to the largest Somali population in the United States. You know, there's over 100,000 Somalis here. And as you know, when you go into this community, what you realize is that the vast majority of them obviously are appalled at what's happening and wish that the spotlight was not on their community. At the same time, most of the fraudsters who have been caught so far are of East African or Somali descent. And so, they're immigrants that are coming here. They don't know our system too well. And many of them, they come from a culture where fraud is very common. And unfortunately, they've encountered state government here where the guardrails have really not been strong enough.
Republicans have been criticizing the Democratic Governor Tim Walz over this, saying he basically ignored this. His office insists he's been working for years to crack down on fraud. So what have you learned about how state officials have tried to address this and what more needs to be done?
Well, I think one of the most frustrating things for a lot of folks here in Minnesota, which, has always been described as a state that works, right? This is a place known for good government. It's not Louisiana. It's not Illinois, two places I worked before, where you might expect these kinds of public corruption things to be happening. This is Minnesota, where these things aren't supposed to happen, which sort of lays into the extra sort of shockingness of this whole situation. However, when you dig into really what happened here, and we have done several investigations, it's clear that the state officials ignored whistleblowers, very credible whistleblowers, who came forward with allegations of misconduct before any of the money in what we call the Feeding Our Future scandal was paid out. And the state basically told those whistleblowers, thanks, but no thanks. They sent them to other places. And for, I think, a couple of years, there was really a lot of concern by members of the public, but it seemed like the state government wasn't showing the same sort of sense of urgency that it is today. Now here we are going into an election year, and suddenly fraud is all anybody's talking about, both Democrats and Republicans. And I think the administration is now making some really good efforts to try to get a handle on this problem, change some of the way these things work. But for a lot of folks, it's too little too late.
So how big of a political issue is this for Walz and Minnesota Democrats?
It's a huge issue. I've talked to many Democrats who have supported Walz in both of his previous runs, loved the fact that he was running for president, and are really having trouble thinking about supporting him for a third time. There's a lot of comparisons to Joe Biden about, is he going to harm the party by continuing to run? So I think those are some real live sort of concerns for this administration. Walz is doing what he can to, I think, repair some of the damage. What they did yesterday by responding so quickly to this video, that really impressed a lot of people. I mean, there are some great sort of credibility issues with this video, but at the same time, the government was like, you know what? Despite our concerns about sort of the tactics that were used in this video, it does raise questions, legitimate questions about these sites, and bang, they were out there knocking on doors and doing site inspections. As soon as the thing started yesterday, not waiting for months to see what the feds might do. They got on top of it right away.
Now, the main thing from that video I wanted to point out was he said the government seemed to not give a hell about no whistleblowers, or didn't give a damn until recently. Okay. And it appears that this may be one of the reasons why.
The Justice Department announcing charges against 47 people who they say stole from a pandemic program meant to provide meals to children in need. The DOJ is accusing the defendants of defrauding $250 million from the Federal Child Nutrition Program. It's being called the largest COVID-19 related fraud scheme uncovered to date. Rich McHugh has been following the investigation. He joins me live with the very latest. Rich?
Good morning, Adrian. Prosecutors laid out the charges yesterday, calling it a brazen scheme of staggering proportions, and said this is the largest pandemic fraud in the United States.
Early in the pandemic, a small group of people in Minnesota had an idea and saw an opportunity. These individuals believed that they could steal tens of millions of dollars from a federal child nutrition program by claiming to serve food to needy children when they were not.
U.S. Attorney Andrew Luger announced charges against 47 people Tuesday for defrauding a federal child nutrition program, alleging they profited off a scheme to make money by falsely claiming to feed needy children.
Before long, the scheme that began with a simple idea in March of 2020 grew to become the largest pandemic fraud in the United States.
The indictments are against 6 groups, all connected to one main group, Feeding Our Future. They took millions of dollars in federal money during the pandemic, $250 million, that was supposed to feed needy kids in Minnesota. Instead, prosecutors allege they fed their own pockets.
They used this money that was supposed to be used for feeding children to buy houses in Minnesota, resort property and real estate in Kenya and Turkey, luxury cars, commercial property, jewelry, and much more.
The defendants are charged with conspiracy, wire fraud, money laundering, and paying and receiving illegal kickbacks. According to the indictment, the elaborate scheme worked like this. Amy Bach and Feeding Our Future recruited individuals to open more than 200 federal child nutrition program sites throughout Minnesota. Those sites fraudulently claimed to be serving meals to thousands of children a day. They created fake attendance rosters, fake invoices for those meals, and the federal government in turn reimbursed them. Amy Bach was the founder and executive director of Feeding Our Future, which closed this year.
He was the inside person setting up these sites.
Kenneth, Ms. Bach, Nancy, do you have any comments about why you're here today?
The Sahan Journal in Minnesota caught a moment with Amy Bach and her attorney as they entered the courthouse.
It's an unfortunate situation. My client meant well. She still means well. And we hope that the jury will see that all she did was trying to help folks.
Prosecutors allege that these groups were paid out on 125 million meals they never actually served. We reached out to this alleged ringleader, Amy Bach, yesterday. Her attorney never responded to our request to connect. Adrian.
All right, Rich, thank you very much for that latest investigation.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
As you see, very tip of that. Well, I think she was second to the top. All right, was y'all saw who she was. Now, she may have descendants from the Caucasus Mountains. Now, let me see. Y'all know me. I be going and trying to get my little research on and things. So this is according to the the AI, all right? She was the mastermind, okay? She was the founder and executive director for Feeding Our Children, the nonprofit at the center of the $250 million. God damn it. Did my camera go out? Can't even never fight the damn struggle out of this thing at all. All right. And this was considered the largest of its kind. Now, she was convicted back in March after a 6-week trial, and the federal jury found Block guilty on all 7 counts she faced, including a conspiracy to commit wire fraud and federal programs robbery. Now, she was taken into custody immediately, and the sentencing date has not yet been set. And a judge recently, by December, just a few weeks ago, ordered her to forfeit approximately $5.2 million. This includes the $3.5 million in the Feeding Our Children bank accounts and her 2013 Porsche Panorama, designer bags, worthless ass iPhones and iPads. The blind eye defense, Block testified in her own defense, admitting that there was millions of dollars worth of fraud in the program, but claiming she was unaware of it while it was happening. Prosecutors successfully argued that she closed her eyes to the obvious and actively enabled the scheme. AKA, everybody was doing that shit. But I can't snitch on specific folks. But this is a part of the culture of that, not just in Minnesota, but everywhere. Let's continue. Kickbacks. Testimony revealed that Bach received monthly kickbacks. One witness cited 30 racks a month from site operators in exchange for her organization's sponsorship and submission to fraudulent claims. Fake board of directors. Evidence showed that the people listed as board of directors for Feeding Our Children didn't even know they were on the board, never attended a meeting. Scale of deception. Under her leadership, the organization claimed to have served 91 million meals to children, which investigators proved was physically impossible and based on fake rosters. All right, so 250, but she go 455 in a 2013 Porsche Panorama. 78 people involved. Well, 78 people got charged and 57 got convicted. I already know what the demographics of the people that got charged and the people that got convicted are. I know I bet money I could predict if I had to the sex and race, probably age of the ones that were charged and the ones that were convicted. Now they got 75 million back of that 250. Nope, I don't want to know the luxury stuff. Thank you so much, AI bot person. Now that was one scheme that, you know, because they've been yelling about the Somalis, which don't get it twisted. I seen y'all out there giving y'all Trump support. Y'all leaders, not all y'all, but y'all leaders was out there supporting Trump. Okay, so I'm not very upset really at them making y'all the poster childs for the fraud. Gotta be honest. Y'all was the poster childs for making America a piece of shit again. However, I digress. And you see, that's what I gotta be careful on, you guys. That's what they want us to do. They want us to finger point and shit, but hey, if I'm gonna be down here on the earth, I gotta go with what I see. That makes sense to me. Now I'm looking for the main story. Where is it at? Daycare. Trump. Now this is the governor, I believe. Let me make sure I got the right information for y'all. Let me make sure I got the right information, y'all, for I'll put this in there. Who was this governor? Was it Rick Scott? Okay, yeah, that's not it right there. Okay, yeah, that's not it. So this is the current governor, Tim Walz. Let's check out what's going on with him.
Major breaking political news out of St. Paul, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Tim Walz will not seek re-election as governor, and what a fall from grace this has been for him. You might recall in the spring of 2023, he pushed through several progressive ideas to the state legislature that caught the attention of Barack Obama, who went to Twitter to give his endorsement for the programs, which eventually caught the attention of people like Kamala Harris, who chose him to be her running mate as the vice president. Introduced in Chicago at the convention in August of last year, a debate that was an absolute disaster with J.D. Vance at one point called himself a knucklehead, but after reportedly billions of dollars have been stolen from taxpayers by way of the state of Minnesota, Tim Walz says he will not seek a third term. What a remarkable 2 years in the national spotlight has been for him, Dana.
And Walz hit Trump in his announcement.
Now, the reason they are saying that he not running again is because of this right here. Massive fraud of taxpayer dollars occurred on Tim Walz's watch. He's either complicit in this theft or grossly incompetent at preventing it. Though Tim Walz is not running for government again, he cannot run from accountability. The House Oversight Committee demands that he appear for a public hearing on February 10th to expose this fraud and begin the process of accountability. The American people deserve answers, and they deserve them now. All right. Now, this is from the House Committee of Oversight. Apparently, let me see. Where is it? Let's see. So a whistleblower claims that the new testimony in the House Oversight Committee alleges that he ignored over 1,000 warnings from whistleblowers about the fraud as early as 2020. Okay. All right. Which coincides with Lil Mama that did her fraud situation, which you not getting away with no $250 million in the head of the state that you getting away with the money of is not aware or complicit or getting some kickback on. And it's the same thing with the whole Somali folks with the daycare stuff too. Those scams of that magnitude, of that the width of it's always got its hands in people within the system that are at the top. Nobody is letting stuff like that slide on a massive scale like that without wheels and hands being greased. Now, I will be honest. What is this guy? He's a damn Democrat. I hate to say this. I really do. I hate to say this stuff, but it looks like this is the witch hunt on this guy because his party allegiances or whatever. Because don't get it twisted. Everybody's doing it up there. I'm not gonna say I gotta stop this. They want us to separate everything, which I'll separate it when it needs to be. But when it comes to this is just a part of that whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Y'all better hope I don't never run for office and I actually make it. So all the shit I'm talking on here out the window. I'm like, babe, they just offered me $200 million to allow them to use smashed up roaches in Happy Meal chicken nuggets, and I think I'm gonna do it. It's $200 million, babe. That's a lot of money. You can't really blame it. But people who go up there, who have the aspirations to get in them circles, they know what the deal is. They know they heart is already in that place to do such activities. And as it always happens, somebody got to be, as always, musical chairs with that. Somebody got to be the scapegoat at a certain point or a distraction at a certain point. And it's his time. It's his time to be it. Because we ain't no telling how many other places we could go. Because they don't be knowing it's a scam that occurred, or it don't be made public to us until they done did about, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years of investigations. Like the feds, when they be getting these drug lords and stuff, they be done watch them for years, sometimes decades, before they swoop in. And by the time they done swooped in, the money done already got dispersed. They get a little bit of it back, but it really don't matter. It's too late. Same thing with Madoff. Madoff was just the fall guy for that whole situation, because all of them institutions that did business with him, they knew his returns were stupid insane. But the biggest institutions were actually cashing out because they knew what it was. And he had built up the house of cards that he had built was so structurally done that they knew that the people at the bottom was going to let their money sit so it could grow. And they would just cash out first. Then when he got caught, we didn't know he was doing that. That's crazy. We went to the Capitol Grill, every once in a while, but I would have never thought he was doing that. Oh yeah, I did make $70 million over the last 10 years, but it's just because I was lucky and I cashed out. And they say they go back and get the people, or they said that they supposed to go back and get the people who did cash out as that was stolen money, but it's a lot of paperwork you got to go through in order to prove that. You know what I'm saying? And how far can they go back? They probably do it the last 10-year people, but what about the people that was with him since the 80s and shit? At the beginning, they could just be like, "Oh, this was actually real life returns," right? My whole point of this whole story is never just the people that we see get caught, ever. And this governor dude, yeah, they calling him in to go in, but ain't go happen. Just like with Nixon, his ass was Nixon was supposed to get in trouble. What Ford do? It's like, you know what? We put him on trial and all of this stuff. This is just gonna cause more harm to the country. So we're just gonna, I'm a pardon him. He doesn't need to do the jail time or anything like that because it'll just be a fiasco. And that's what they do. That's what it. if they don't maneuver away for Trump to get a third term, everybody like Trump go to jail. Trump go to jail. I don't know about that. Yeah, you can never say never, but usually. And if they do, he gonna have a support animal dog like Ghislaine Maxwell or Gasoline or whatever the hell her name is. She abuses children, so I don't give a fuck what the fuck her name is. All right, you guys. Now we go move over to this whole shooting situation. I think CNN, I had an article, CNN was doing the up-to-date coverage. You know how on their website they'll like it just continuously does a live feed on it. I think this is right here. Let me click on it. Yeah, dozens reported killed in Iran protests as internet blackout persists. Oh shit! I gotta talk about that because they was talking about the I don't know if he the president, the leader, whatever it's supposed to be gone, but there was no confirmation of that. But yeah, we're gonna talk about that shit. Matter of fact, at least 65 people have been killed, more than 2. I'm going to the Minnesota stuff, but I'm sorry. It's just at least 65 people have been killed and more than 2,300 arrested during a 2-week anti-government protest that have rocked Iran, according to a U.S.-based human group. The demonstration have spread to at least 100 cities across all of Iran's provinces in a wave of national unrest over crippling economic conditions. Protesters have described enormous crowds and feelings of hope, but also brutal violence. Bodies piled up on top of each other in the hospital. The hospitals are extremely chaotic, according to a doctor. And patients are terrified to testify because they'll be identified amid the crackdown of authorities. Now it's an internet blackout imposed by the authorities, according to a watchdog, but Tehran resident told CNN it has failed to quell protests. Donald Trump has threatened to attack Iraq if security forces respond with force, and U.S. Security State Marco Rubio said the U.S. supports the country's people. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali blamed the U.S. for inciting protests. And I got to be honest, this is where I'm at with it. Because you know they got to get Iran out the paint regardless. But with this Venezuela stuff, which they had to break that pipeline to China and Russia getting oil and shit and bypassing the petrodollar and all of that stuff and weaken their resources and stuff. They can't look like a bad guy like too much outwardly as far as against people. So since we know they got to get Iran out the paint because the Israel situation, then I'm gonna go with here. Not saying this dude not bad, and the people don't need to go against. I'm just saying, whenever I hear anytime I hear that the U.S. government is for any group of people, including its own, I was like, yeah, it don't sound accurate. There's some fuckery afoot behind such a statement of that. That's like a pimp telling one of his hoes that, I care about your health. That it is paramount that you are healthy to me. All right. So here are some of these clinic rainbow condoms. And you go out there and make my money before I have to put my foot in your ass. That's the U.S. government, okay? I'm gonna do some research into that though. I'm very curious about that. January 9th, 2026, Minneapolis police declared unlawful assembly during protests over the ICE agents' killing of a woman. So this is the ICE agents' alleged footage. Let's check it out. Well, is it alleged? Because I hate people be saying alleged when you ain't supposed to say it and shit. I don't want to put words in my vocabulary I use out of turn. Y'all let me know if it is the footage, it can't be alleged. Let's continue. Say
out the car. For the first time, we are seeing the fatal Minneapolis shooting from the ICE officer's point of view, footage taken on his own cell phone. It's a critical angle of many cameras on the street that captured Renee Good's fatal encounter with ICE agent Jonathan Ross. Using surveillance footage, bystander video, and Ross's own phone, CNN synced multiple perspectives of the shooting and mapped this incident in 3D space. Taken together, they show the fullest picture yet of what happened that day. A home surveillance camera captures the moment Renee Good pulls up in a maroon-colored Honda SUV 4 minutes before the shooting. 20 seconds after she arrives, her passenger and wife, Becca, wearing a white beanie, gets out of Good's car. Good then parks the SUV perpendicular in the road. Here's how Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem described what Good did.
ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day.
Available video doesn't show any possible contact Good may have had with ICE before this confrontation. What this video does show is that for a few minutes, while she is perpendicular to the roadway, several vehicles drive by. Even large SUVs are able to drive around her as she moves back and forth on the street. And that includes this light-colored SUV. It slowly drives around Good's car from the rear and stops. Agent Jonathan Ross is recording video from his cell phone as he crosses in front of Good's car, recording as he sees her up close. She looks calm, and you can see both of her hands as she talks to the officer.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Renee Good's wife, Becca, who had been the passenger in the car, approaches. Cell phone cameras on the street start recording as Ross walks around Good's car with Good's wife following.
I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Renee Good backs her car up as the agent walks around the front of the vehicle. At the same time, on the other side, 2 more agents approach. One tries to open the door as Good backs Renee Good's wife, Becca, who had been the passenger car from the rear, and stops. Agent Jonathan Ross is recording video from his cell phone as he crosses in front of Good's car, recording as he sees her up close. She looks calm, and you can see both of her hands as she talks to the officer.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Renee Good's wife, Becca, who had been the passenger in the car, approaches. Cell phone cameras on the street start recording as Ross walks around Good's car with Good's wife following.
I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Renee Good backs her car up as the agent walks around the front of the vehicle. At the same time, on the other side, 2 more agents approach. One tries to open the door as Good backs up. Good's vehicle starts moving. From Ross's cell phone video, you see Becca, the woman in the white beanie, trying to get into the car again. You also see Renee Good turning the steering wheel to the right.
Get out of the car.
She then accelerates, slowing this down again and matching the exact time of these 2 angles. This angle appears to show the vehicle moving close to the agent. But in this angle, he does not appear to be in the path of the vehicle when he fired.
He wouldn't.
Oh my God! What the?
Seconds later, Becca Good runs to her wife, followed by the agent who fired his weapon. He briefly looks into the driver's side of the car and then walks away.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
Ah, damn. That's fucked up. That's what. And then
Colored S for this
what's
confrontation.
really crazy
What
about this to me is, hold on, where they had showed them pulling up, walking out. So are they riding around in unmarked cars? Because it's looking like this agent just got out of this. I want to make sure I'm not tripping and that wasn't somebody else. Yeah, how the hell? That is a Nissan Titan. Unmarked, might I add. So these ICE agents, I don't see no markings on. So these ICE agents just running around in some unmarked vehicles, and I gotta be honest. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Rounding up anybody in a Nissan Titan is crazy. Nissan Titans are used for construction and hauling buying pizza and stuff like that. Not fucking this shit. Where we at? That's Nissan. That's fucked up. So they just going around and their own private vehicles because it don't look like that was issued by the state. Also, he walking around with his damn cell phone out. So these motherfuckers ain't got body cams neither. The hell? And it's shocking that he actually did have his damn cell phone out. But I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Punk ass Stephen A. Smith. This is what punk ass Stephen A. Smith had to say. Now, this is going to be this is a Coon Watch segment. All right. I'm just giving y'all a Coon warning. Now, he go say some shit, then he go try to fix it, but I still put this in the Coon category. You know what I'm saying? Just for the simple fact that this was an unnecessary shooting. If he was worried about her getting away, he could have easily shot the tires. It's snow and ice. She couldn't peeled out. So if he really wanted to stop her, he could have shot some tires. If he wanted to bust guns. See, to shoot a person point blank in the face was unnecessary, especially for this. One, like, it was no drugs or hostages. Not fuck drugs, hostages, or she had a weapon or anything like that. So it's really no way to justify it on no separating it on no legal or moral shit. But I just want to check this out. What is this shit? What's the dude? So check this out. 20 hours ago again. This must be the follow-up. I want to hear the initial one, not you trying to clean shit up. But we go listen to that cleanup as well. Where is it?
And seeing what transpired from a lawful perspective, as it pertains to a law enforcement official, don't expect him to be prosecuted. He was completely justified.
See, the first part of that, don't expect him to be prosecuted. Hey, who was? Let's be real. But completely justified. Even if you go by the rules that they got, that was not justified. But let's let the coonery continue. God dang it. Just play it with the sound.
Perspective, however. From a lawful perspective, as it pertains to a law enforcement official, don't expect him to be prosecuted. He was completely justified. From a humanitarian perspective, however, why did you have to do that? If you could move out the way, that means you could have shot the tires. That means you could have got her a few feet away after you shot the tires. And if you were unsuccessful in doing that, you could have got her down the road. You didn't have to do that. She wasn't driving down the road coming at you 90 miles an hour. She was parked in the middle of the street. And rather than get out the car, she wrongfully tried to drive off and wrongfully disregarded law enforcement official, which is exactly what ICE is. And as a result, lost her life.
Now, we about to go into what they like to call esoteric really, really quick, okay? And it's very funny. I just saw a TikTok about this, which I'll make a video about that. I'll probably talk about that next week, but there is something this goes back to what we was talking about with the TikTok shit, right? When you say certain things, you put it in the ether, everybody absorbs it in certain ways. But however, there are dog whistles. There's 2 dog whistles he put in this. The first one was saying legally this was justified. This implants in everybody's head that justified is a very positive word. The word justified, that's a positive word. And he said legally, and what do they train everybody to do? Follow the law. in where legality overrides morality. Okay. So he said that first. He paints that in your head. Then the middle is what the average person who saw that shit is thinking. Okay, but then he bookmarks it at the end with ICE are law enforcement. That's exactly what they are. He bookmarks it with they were justified and we should follow ICE. They just got made. They not just got made up, but just got damn near unlimited budget to let people do vigilante shit and live out their goddamn desperado dreams. And we should not fight back against just putting random people in control. And that's he is trying to make himself appear to be on the side of the people, but he is not. This is controlled opposition at its finest, all right? And also, why do you continuously choose Stephen A. Smith to bring your George Jefferson head on television? You should be hatfishing people. I usually don't tell people to go to Istanbul, but you need to do like LeBron James did. Go get some type of ass hair and get it implanted in your head. And he got the nerve to line it up. You see how he looking directly in the camera, so you can't see the angle, so you can see that it's back here. I think he slowly is putting implants in there as well. We're gonna need somebody with a real good hairline to check this out. We'll have Brisk check this out later on to verify. But let's listen to some more of his bullshittery.
Relative right wing in its own way.
God dang it.
Relatively right wing in its own way.
All right, how can I get this to just play?
At the New York Post. Relatively right wing in its own way. That headline was misleading. Because even though I said what you said I said on the headline, that wasn't all that I said. And to paint a picture, oh, he agrees with us, meaning folks on the right, or like the vice president, or like Kristi Noem. No, I wasn't. I don't agree with them because they're acting like it's morally, ethically, and humanely justified. I'm talking legality when I'm talking justification. Nothing else. Everything else about it is wrong, inhumane, morally and ethically wrong, period. That's my position. But you're trying to paint a different picture. And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that at all. I know what I said. And people in this day and age with their bots, their algorithms, and everything else, you just parse out stuff and just leave stuff out that you want to leave out.
Yeah, he not turning all the way like this. Getting the shape up on the George Jefferson is motherfucking. I'm honestly offended equally to the bullshit he said with this George Jefferson lineup.
Make for a more salacious headline. Thank God I got my own platforms to address bullshit like this.
Them ain't your platforms. This is social media, buddy. You was leasing space like the rest of our asses. God damn it! That's the other damn camera. We'll move on. I'm glad I set up 2 damn cameras and shit. As you said, he went straight to, I was talking about the legalities of it. I wasn't talking about, I said it was bad, but I was saying he was justified legally and we needs to be following all of the ISIS. I need to be following all. And then they printed what the hell they said.
Here's what they think about you. Here's what they think.
That's what it is. Okay? God damn it, I gotta fix this damn camera. But this is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. Him coming back and forth trying to be like, oh, I'm on y'all side. See, he doing that shit where he go back and forth. But he stood on that legality shit. He stood on that legality shit. And what is law? What is it? It is just rules that everybody should agree with. But it's a lot of laws that, that should have been off the books a long time ago. Slavery was legal for a very long time. Now, he didn't point out the law where it said it was justified because he wasn't. We seen the video. One like he was about to get ran over. So where was the justification? Oh, just because she left? Did he had the justification to shoot her 3 times in the face because she was trying to leave the scene when she really didn't even commit a crime. She was blocking the street. And I do got to say, it was some people on their way to Safeway to try to clock in, and they just got forgiven for a no-call, no-show that she might have been responsible for getting fired because they was late to work. But that didn't mean she needed to be shot 3 times in the face. At all. And you going out there with a lined up George Jefferson. This is a lined up George Jefferson right here. You better be so glad I can't really do the zooming in as I want to. See if I can find it when he turned. Y'all see that? And you can't trust a motherfucker that is hairline delusional. They will always be two-faced to you because they two-faced to their goddamn self. A motherfucker who cannot accept that the civilization that was once their hair has population has depleted enough to where you just need to go on and commit hair genocide, will commit genocide against his own people. Okay? And that's what he doing. Like, they literally did that. I'm surprised they didn't leave the white chalk. That is atrocious. That is atrocious, y'all. Let me see if I can look at these chats on this one screen because I don't feel like getting up and goddamn fixing that other damn camera. But that's some bullshittery right there to the max. Go read these chats. Let's see. See how far back it lets me go. I'll switch the chat. I think so, yeah. All right. Let me arch this. All right, y'all. All right, here we go. Now I'm about to go back, way back into chat time. Damn, that's an hour ago. Oh my gosh. I'm still going back in time, and then we go catch up to what was said here. I need to start checking the chat after a topic. Check chat after topic. All right. My coworker that covers Dallas told me she used ChatGPT for therapy, and it told her to leave her husband, and she did. You can tell who she voted for. And you can tell I'm the only sister. We gonna have a conversation about all this AI shit one day. So let me think. It was 2 videos I said I was gonna work on. Iran, and this gonna be what's the business, like the news style one. The Iran issue and AI. And what it can and cannot do, not only what it can or cannot do, but what its purpose is right now. And people that's doing that you kind of that's not good. Now, unless she put in a ChatGPT, so John backslapped me for the 15th time over the last 2 days. What do you think, ChatGPT? Now, if she enlists her mama, somebody close to her was like, yo, this the 5th black eye you done had this month. You need to leave. And they were like, you just jealous, bitch. She might have been on the AI type shit where she know AI ain't jealous and was like, oh my gosh, she's not trying to fuck Jim because I told everybody that he knocked my walls all the way back to Pakistan. I can trust this. Because ladies be running their mouth and then be surprised we run through the whole squad. But maybe the AI, she ain't worried about that. She trusted. Don't think the AI go back though. So she like, okay, I'ma leave now. Because he did get that bat and put some nails in it for some reason. And AI was like, yeah, you probably should have left 7 years ago. Well, we gonna talk about that. because it can be useful in certain cases for certain people. Let's see. Yeah, I love to trick my algo. I watch hip hop bloggers, body cam, true crime, sports, left, right, just be yes. And when you trick your algorithm like that, though, it whatever you watch, I don't know if it do this to you, Teresa, but then as soon as the last thing I watch, now it think it's gonna figure me out, and then it'll just show me that like immediately. It'll be like, oh, you like that body cam video? Here goes some more body cam videos. I'm like, bitch, I'm about to watch Transformers now, ho. You will never figure me out. Because they think they gonna just force me into them watching whatever the hell they serve up. Now, I ain't go front though. If it do be interesting shit, then it'll work. But let's see. I used to watch a lot of jail content creators, but now I've gotten good. I watch them a lot less. Y'all hear about that dude that opened that restaurant where they just sell jail food? I remember that. Let's see. I get mentally exhausted from all the AI false equivalencies, bad take, fearfulness, fear-mongering, and BS are people actually the ones who don't share the shade. And BS are people actually ones who don't share the shade. Let's see. Here's who got an Irish accent. Yeah, I'm one of them black people who are minding my business. I ain't marching. This shit happening everywhere, and they get busted. I stay out the way. You know, when it comes to the monetary crimes, I really don't. I don't be giving a damn either. I'll be like, hey, but the others be doing it. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna name that video the Benetton colors of food stamp scammers. Benetton government scammers, because it's every race of people. They just like to pick and choose when they come to scammery. Because that white woman that did that 250 that came up in there in her damn trailer park outfit, you didn't see her plastered all over TV. She ain't the face of shit, and she had a goddamn he looked like he might have been a parts of the fruits with that bow tie he had on. Maybe not, but she didn't get plastered all over the face. They learned from the leader in this country in 2020. And why are y'all just finding this? It took y'all 6 years, and you the brightest of the brights, right? Because they in it. They all be knowing it. They all be knowing it. Let's see. Wait. This happened in 2020, and she got a 2013 Porsche. She makes poor decisions. Hey, for real. That's what I said, Super. You can't make a bad decision like that. I saw today they were threatening workers who saw it, and whistleblowers talking about where the kids go to school. This shit is crazy. Yes. A lot of, and this is the thing, fear is the greatest way to, if you cannot manipulate somebody into going along with some stuff, the next best thing is fear. The best thing though is to get a person to feel like they're doing it on their own volition. But if you can't do that, you fear them into it. And there's a lot of people. And see, this is the thing. When it comes to these situations like this where they get us in the trick bag, where everybody gets screwed. Because then we'll all go back and be like, yeah, them motherfuckers that was hanging around Puff, that they was complicit and this and the third. When them people that was hanging around Puff, not his co-owner that he was probably giving the backdoor boogie to on a frequently basis in the beginning. But a lot of people take jobs. We all work jobs that we don't want to do or may see some fucked up shit, because some people's mama is on dialysis. Some people's child got cancer that they trying to keep the treatments up with. So they'll stay in positions because it ain't about them. They bypass whatever morals or integrity filters, because they morals and integrities is to make sure certain people is okay in their families. Sometimes it do be out of just selfish greed and shit. But a lot of times people stay around some shit because, not a lot of times, I'll say it's 50-50, you never know. But some people stay along because they trying to take care of something back home or something that's bigger than them. You see what I'm saying? But we'll just vilify everybody when all of us have been in kind of positions. Well, a majority of us been in positions where we're like, damn, this fucked up. However, my kids do need to eat, and I'm not able to go do it another way at this time, and this way will help me. And most people just want to deal with it temporarily, but some people want to get in the game, get out the game. But sometimes in some games, once you get in that bitch, it's blood in, blood out, and you fucked off in the game. And that's the fucked up thing about it, because they'll prosecute the regular person, but all of the people in the upper echelon will do the same shit on a regular basis, but nobody pays for it. And we'll talk bad about them for a little bit, and then it just disappeared. And this is fucked up. It's fucked up shit. Waltz did an amazing on his debate, dumb butt. I hate and don't trust Fox. Yeah, I don't. All these news places Fox be showing anti-Trump shit now. Like, it's like, but that's because Rupert Murdoch is mad at Trump right now. So all these places on CBS is in bed. Technically, they under Trump's thumb because of that lawsuit. ABC appears to be like it's free of CNN and all these stuff, but when you trace the money back and shit, all major platforms are used to put everything in a certain bucket, and we just have to be cognizant to be able to look at some shit and then go pick through it, then go look somewhere else or whatever the hell. I got that Tim Walsh shit. I got a video about that motherfucker, not just him, but Minnesota in general. So it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff in there. But I get what you're saying. But I just look at all of these things that any legacy or new media, anybody usually have a slant. It's like if you come to me about any Drake shit, Drake could have saved one of my children, and I'll tell y'all, I'll be like, yo, I think Drake tried to molest one of my kids. Yo, yeah, it's because it's pure hatred. So I'm not a trustworthy person in any of the Drake shit. However, y'all done heard me say some real shit like, yo, look, that motherfucker trash. But I guess you haven't heard me say no good shit. Oh, I said he was a very good master manipulator. I did say that. So I do be telling the truth when it comes to that person as well. I done lost my point. Every time I bring up Drake, I'm always gonna lose my point and shit. But I get what you're saying. I don't trust none of these damn outlets. I think they just go with the flow. Some be locked into the left side or the right side. Some claim they in the middle. Like, that's what the fuck Stephen H. Smith trying to say. But then they'll say put certain stuff in the store. I be like, I seen that motherfucker. So I get it. But then again, I don't trust no politicians. I just vote. I still go vote because people die for it. But I just vote for the one that, feel like they disrespected me the least. Is where I always go. Like, you know what? This person kind of treat me like I'm not real stupid. I think they're going to get my vote. Let's see. Walsh was always creepy to me. Them should have picked somebody else for a running mate. I want to know or if they will get all that money back for that state. That's a lot of money. Who in charge of getting this money back? Is my question. Who is in charge? Because I know if I was in charge of getting the money back, I'll go in there with my deputies. Oh my gosh, here goes the whole $250 million. They didn't spend it at all. And it's not surprising because she had a 2013 Porsche Panorama. She probably got there for $7,000 because their maintenance was stupid. But anyway, the $250 million is here, you guys. All right. I need you guys to leave. It is protocol that the leader stays in here to count everything. Now, if you do choose to stay in here and count everything, the new amount that is going to be reported is going to be $75,000. Now, are we all in agreement that we found $75,000 of this? All right, great. Now I got y'all on tape, seeing y'all agree with it. So I think we're all friends now. I upload to the crowd and everything. Something happened to me and shit. It's gonna get released. I got my ChatGPT to release this shit. So these handful of people be getting their money back. Sometimes, like with the Madoff stuff, I think a few people got some, but they usually take all the money and then divide it up equally between the victims. So they get something, but they never made completely whole. And even when it's not a massive amount of people, you know what I'm saying? Now, with this state shit, the state getting back their money, the state took the money, technically. And all them other people, they gonna give it back to the state. Ain't none of this. This system, bro. This is a crazy, crazy system. Let's be real. Party lines don't matter anymore, as if they ever really did. Our system is corrupt on both sides. Plus, these folks never get accounted. Never. And that's what's so crazy about this whole situation. L. Biddy. What's the business, L. Biddy? I fight with this all the time. I'm like, okay, when you go to the deep down bottom, none of this shit matter. There's nothing you can really do. It's just like the Matrix. It's just like the Matrix. The Matrix 2, that architect scene, one of the greatest scenes in cinema history. Like, bitch, you know you the sixth motherfucker that came here? Huh? You know that, right? But then Neo made the opposite decision, right? Then he left. And then in the third one, it was like, okay, now it's all peace. But then what happened? It was a part 4. And it was like, yeah, all that shit from before it. And that's basically what this whole system is. It's like they make it to where you feel like you got to figure it out. And you know the truth. And then they pull another okie doke on you again at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, all of this is some bullshit. However, the reality that they have created of this side versus this side, they did a very, very good job of making clear villains for us to fight against. And then they did a very good job of having friends, families, and people you don't know have very stupid opinions that if the shit was not orchestrated, you would need, you know what I'm saying? You would need to separate yourself from them. But even with the orchestration, since this is real reality, you got to talk shit about them. And it's just a beautiful system of fakery that becomes reality. And them people up there at the top watch the whole shit like the Truman Show. I'd be like, wow, they really think we hate each other. Bill Clinton and Trump was watching. They really think I don't like you, man. I just gave you some head about 5 minutes ago. Wow, we really got them, don't we? But us me coming on some shit like this, like, hey, y'all, don't none of this shit matter. So just fuck it. Let's just live your life. What's this gonna do? I don't know if I showed y'all this. Hold on. I think I showed y'all this on the other channel. What's his name? Arsenio Murphy. But this is very good scene because it's telling like really like it's the system doing its work and nobody is wrong at all. This is such a good clip.
Kind of hate politics.
This is Arsenio Hall talking to Eddie Murphy about politics and what he think about politics and stuff. Check out what Eddie said. Well, I'll try to fix this damn camera.
I don't hate politics at all. You don't vote. Yeah, well, you know, I have What's the best way? What's the best way of putting this outside?
A hate for politics.
No, it's not a hate for politics. It's like I don't remember a time when people were happy in this country, you know. So it's like, no, I can't get off. When I feel like somebody is representing me, and I look and say, okay, I'm voting for him because he's gonna do something for me, really for me, then I'll vote. But if it's a question of like, well, I know I'm gonna have a foot in my ass. Who got the smallest feet? You know? I'm not with it.
So when you
what size Perot got? I know George Bush wears some 13 Triple E. You know, I'm not going all into that.
When you look at Clinton, Bush, and Perot, do you see anybody you have an interest in voting for?
Hey, man, I say my prayers, and I'm a spiritual person. And I'm going to let God settle all this craziness and all this.
But we can't all do that, Eddie.
Yeah, but that's what I'm doing, man. You know, that's what I'm doing. I think it's a higher power than all of it. I think it's a higher power than government. I think it's a higher power than all of those things. And I've been let down personally. You feel let down, and you feel like you're a victim. I've had all that stuff in my life, you know. And I'm down with that higher power. That's who I give my vote.
But isn't that kind of like being a slave on the plantation and just singing and saying, Lord will make a way?
How you figure?
Just sing. And like, Lord will make a way instead of whipping some ass or voting.
But what's that going to accomplish by whipping some ass and voting?
It will accomplish more than just praying. I think prayer must be accompanied by some kind of action.
Oh, but see, that's if you feel that the government is doing things for you. You feel like the government is helping you out and doing things for you and has your best interest in hand.
That's why I'm going to vote, because I believe.
But have you ever felt like that? Have you ever felt?
I'll just keep voting until I find somebody who has my interest in hand.
Wait now. But who's tripping then? If you just going down in the booth and pulling this lever, and I'm singing, who's tripping? Who's to say what happens when you go pull a lever and they say, oh yeah, we counted the votes and there's this, and who knows what goes on, man? You got.
I know, but
have nothing. Hey, Chief, you have nothing to do with any of it. Any of it. There's some cats that run this thing. Nah, I'm not doing this, and a lot of people are gonna say, oh, he's crazy and rock the vote and all that. But there are a bunch of cats that run this planet, and they just wait on the higher power to handle things. I mean, read your Bible. Read your Bible. Read your Bible. I read Revelations, they ain't say nothing about, thou shalt rock the vote. rock thine right to vote.
I think that's satirically sound, but I really think you got to rethink that concept. Where were you doing the riots? You were out here, right?
I was watching the riots.
Yeah, when you watched that, what did you think?
I was angry. And I was confused and frustrated. You feel frustrated, you know, because you feel like I don't know, man. I think the two greatest black minds ever, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. You know. And those brothers passed away. And racism is as prevalent in society now as it's ever been. It's covert now. It's even worse because you don't even know who's who. And we've moved this far. And it's like it ain't like I'm on the plantation singing like we shall overcome, because it's not like I've come. I'm not on that tip. I'm not singing. It's like I know you have to do certain things to be successful in this system, and I know you have to go by the laws and follow all this stuff and work. You could be successful in this system, and turning over an apple cart ain't gonna get you nothing but shot by the powers that be. And people say, oh, he's down, and you be dead. I'm here to make some movies and make people laugh, and God will handle all this madness. He will handle it all. I'm an artist.
We'll be right back with the artists.
And he just basically said what I be always saying in my talk when I be trying to talk about this shit. Eddie is talking about like what really matters, like spiritually. Like we just down here in this damn prison, and if you once you become aware of that, you like, oh, this shit's some bullshit. However, with that being said, most people don't subscribe to that thought process or whatever. They think of it as something different. They think this like is the real reality, which it is for all intents and purposes. It's what everybody agree on is real. So that's where Arsenio is right, where you can't just sit back and not try to change the fucked up shit. But Eddie's more right than that's what this whole thing is fucked up. It's supposed to be. That's the whole point. Like this whole system is that way. The people who really had the charisma, the personalities, and the will, and the actual ability to get people to actually see that, they get rid of them very quickly, like super fast. They'll lead them up for a little bit, but anybody that can really get people to see what Eddie's saying, you go get smoked. All right, you'll get smoked. They need us to be in opposition in each other, but have hope in the system as well. But that's why when we get little wins, later on you found out that the person that you was like, oh, that was the best person, you find out they was chilling, hanging with, doing the same shit, associated with the same people, and then but you find out so far later that it kind of don't even matter. But Arsenio right. If you gonna be down here and you gonna participate in, some people call it a simulation, whatever you want to call it, you can't just sit by idly and not do nothing. You won't want to. You don't want to see other souls, other people suffering, and we want to protect each other for the future generation. We want to feel like we got change. Only thing Eddie's saying is the system is set up for you to feel like that. But it's just going by the script that they got. And that's why you really kind of see Eddie be out the way. I'm pretty much sure. Eddie kind of remind me of like Kendrick. Now, he did make all them shitty-ass movies. Made them shitty-ass movies. But now I'm thinking maybe he made them shitty-ass movies because the price tag to make the good shit was just too high. And he was like, you know what? I don't feel like dealing with all of that. I'm gonna just go over here and make Pluto Nash. And that's what make this platform hard, because I'll be like, yo, we need to fight right there, and it ain't even that it clicked on me. I'll be knowing like really how it's supposed to be going. Like this is going along playing. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just sad. Which is why I'm gonna stick to, I gotta get my other shit. Why it always gotta end like this? Why I can't just be like other people, be like, yo, this shit's fucked up, and we did it. But this is going the way it's supposed to be built. Like, very sad situation. Oh shit. But I'm gonna still say shit when I gotta say shit. I tell you this goddamn much though. I'm never gonna say no damn Stephen A. Smith shit. I bet you, you bet your bottom dollar on that. I can't even find the damn chat. Why do I be losing the damn chat? I lose the chat all the time. All right, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, Eddie want to talk about like the Bible he talking about. Is he not talking about it? Sometimes you gotta use terms that people will relate to, but he's talking about it because the Bible is chopped up any goddamn way. The Bible, if you put the Bible together the right way and put it in the shit that they took out of it, it tells you down here don't matter at all. At the fuck all that abide by the rules of the land and shit like that that's not what that shit is about. And ain't no that, and it ain't no none of that neither. That got added in. The person that the shit is surrounded by didn't mean half of the other shit that got added in there. The shit he was saying was, yo, this shit down here this ain't it. Just be all right, and you go home. You just down here temporarily. They take the Bible and make it all this morality shit, which it ain't. And so that's what I feel Eddie was saying, but you got to use certain terminology, or people ain't gonna get what the hell you saying. Like I said, I vote because people really died for it and suffered for it, but I know it don't make a difference. Like I said, I was in Florida when Jed Bush state lost my first vote. I was what? How old was I? 23, 22, or whatever. I was like, you know what? I want to make a difference. I don't want Bush to be in this bitch. We stood out there all day. Got my ass to the house. Yeah, in Florida, issue with the voting machines and da-da-da-da-da-da and shitload of votes, and we was all out there. All of us just looked at each other. We was all in college, just looked at each other like, knew it was some bullshit. It was some bullshit. Yeah, I was. You know, I could have kicked it with Keisha today too. Took my ass out there, but I still vote because people suffered for it. But I don't. Once again, when Obama got elected, I was sitting there talking to my mama. Mama eyes was all watery. She was on the phone with her homegirl. I was like, and of course, negative me. I'm sitting there. I was like, you know, if he don't get shot in his inauguration, you know this all set up, mama. Boy, why you always gotta ruin everything? I'm just saying, mama. Like, if this nigga don't get shot, part of the plan. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you, mama. This is what it. I truly believe that. I believe it. If you make it through, it's all orchestrated. It ain't just no happenstance at all. But that's my belief on it, though. That's just my belief. So, because in reality, I'm gonna do this little shit, and then I'm gonna get back in the most valuable thing down here to them is our energy, which is our attention and our creativity. That's it. So they form us for our attention and for our creativity and do work. And then they created money to be able to control that, to be able to control somebody's creativity, be able to control somebody's attention, and then they just sit up and feed off of it. And that's why all the biggest world leaders and shit, they be fat and out of shape. Most of them motherfuckers be fat as, but they'll tell everybody else, yo, you supposed to be doing this sort of, but they don't live like that because they understand what it really is and shit. So they just enjoy life off the backs of everybody else doing shit that should be free. All of them fucking St. Ives and all them islands, Central Bay and all that shit, them be beaches, them supposed to be free ass beaches. But they make all the money and take all of the shit and then go do shit that should be free for it. Because at the end of the day, they push all that shit just to sell us shit. All that shit is just to sell us shit. And so, like I said, if it wasn't, I didn't read these history books and all of this shit like this, I wouldn't vote and all of that shit. But I do it just for the simple fact that I know somebody spirit was down here and fought hard for us to have this. But the whole letting us vote and all of that shit and letting women vote and all that shit, that was all planned shit. It wasn't like, you know, them stories, it'd be somebody back, you know what? We're gonna let them do it. Cause in the end they'll say some shit that helped them out 100 years from now and shit. It ain't never just like how they try to tell us certain shit is. Cause if it was, we'd be like Iran and shit like that. Like, but they got us so good, nobody. We all online. This fucked up. Where we at? Sitting at the house. Because they planned it so excellently. Because everybody comfortable, just comfortable enough. And they done programmed, what is it? You got transphobia, you got fat phobia, but it's something I like to call, it's not something I like to call, but I'm just now saying it's a poor phobia. They done got it programmed to make it seem like people who don't have a lot of money or a lot of material things are lazy. They didn't do the right thing. They ain't good people. They just want to do all this shit. But the whole point of rich people getting rich is so they can sit and do drugs, drink, have sex all day, and not really do shit. And the poor people who do that, oh, you just worthless. But people get rich so they can just do that shit without having to clock in. But we label the poor people to do it fucked up. But the other people is labeled successful to most people. And so it is, to me, it's just like, I don't know. But I still got to be responsible while I'm down here. But y'all know me. I'm always going to end up being like, y'all know this shit don't matter, right? This shit really kind of don't. It don't matter. Don't. But everybody got a role to play in the world as well. So some people is down here to fight for the spirits that we are here and go out and try to change our material world for everybody else. Some people down here to just chill out, play the game. Some people down here to unfortunately kick puppies in the face. Like everybody down here on this earth playing whatever role they playing because that's what they supposed to do. And you know, that's what it is. I don't even know what my role is no more. I told y'all I ain't even down here no more. But I done bought all this goddamn equipment, so I gotta use it. I gotta use it because they ain't gonna take it back. They only gonna give me like 25% of what the fuck I bought it for. And if I try to sell it on eBay or some shit like that, same thing. I'm not gonna get all my money back. And I'm one of them type of people. Well, I ain't gonna get it all back. I might as well keep it. So I'm coming over here. I be spouting shit, but at the end of the day, my true message is: this world's a prison, you guys. The whole world's a prison. Just treat people good, do the best thing you can, and do what's right for you, and do what you feel is right in your gut. You know what's right and wrong in your gut. If you feel bad in your gut, try not to do it if you ain't got to. But if you ain't getting no, do whatever the hell you want to do. Not do as thine will, do whatever you want to do, but you know what the fuck I mean. Do whatever you want to do, and just have a peace of mind, and don't let the outer shit that they try to do, like this imposed poverty that they put on everybody and all of that shit. Do your best to not let it, because I always remember when I was young and we were like really impoverished. Impoverished is a strong word. We was on food stamps, didn't have no car, and was in hood housing. But my pops was good, but my parents weren't together. But I went through eating mayonnaise sandwiches and shit like that. But I don't have any bad memories of that shit. I enjoyed that time in my life. My mom did an excellent job of not letting me feel like that us lack of material shit was important. She always told me that shit. I got a lot of shit now because over time I got programmed into just consuming mindlessly. However, I do know, and I've been re-teaching myself that, it's nice to be comfortable, but at the end of the day, I've been happy at the poets that I done ever been. When I first got custody of my kids, I had a 1-bedroom apartment, and it was an air mattress. I slept on the couch. It was an air mattress the kids slept on, and my mom's house I got broke into, so she's in the bedroom. So I'm sleeping on the couch. The kids is on this big air mattress, but the air mattress had holes in it. I would have to wake up like 2-3 times a night to pump the shit back up, or turn on the damn machine to pump it back up, and because I ain't have enough money to go get the goddamn a new air mattress and shit. And in that time of my life, I was not stressed. It sounded real bad. I had to get a title loan. All sorts of shit. I wasn't stressed at all. And my mom's wasn't tripping either. Like, we was, because it's just like money come, money go, but that's just a construct they put in this life. And from the outside looking in, it would have been like, yo, motherfuckers, I know you miserable. You ain't got shit. I had my mama. I had my kids. I had my friends. I had a sense of people, which is the most important thing to me. Money is cool or whatever the fuck, but all this shit, man, as long as I can eat and I got shelter over my head, I'm good, to be very honest with you. I don't give a fuck about, of course being safe is cool too, but if you ain't lived in the hood before, you don't fuck with nobody else, usually ain't gonna fuck with you. So you should be cool. So saying all of that, I know I'm very privileged to say all of that because I told y'all my daddy always good, so I always had a safety net. I knew I wasn't gonna be asked out ever. But I ain't never just always go to that. I'm cool with living, slumming it or whatever. Because they got people right now that's living very good and are hurt. They see this social media shit, and I'm talking about they got a 2-car garage and stay in a nice part of town, and they look on TV and TikTok be like, these motherfuckers, my life horrible. I need a 5-car garage, and I need to take my wife to Saint-Tropez every 2 years. I fucked up. They done paid for the kids' college and all sorts of shit, and they stressing because they ain't good enough. And most people is on that track of, I gotta have more. It gotta be bigger. I gotta have this. I gotta have that. And that's what they want us to think. They want us to feel like that. And they live like that because they set up the system for them to live like that forever. And they have everybody else on the treadmill instead of just enjoying life and the shit that's around it. They want people to live like the rich. Same thing with weddings. These big ass weddings, people spending 10, 20, 30 racks and shit. That wasn't no regular ass people shit until the early 20s. The early 1900s. When the marketing agencies was like, you can make a lot of money by having people getting married like, kings and queens and shit did over there, just on a smaller budget. You can max their asses up. Same thing with diamond rings, jewelry, whole bunch of other shit here in America. I know a lot of people be like, well, back in the Brotherland, I ain't talking about back over there. I'm talking about how they pimp that shit now over here. You know what I'm saying? Everything that people really feel like they need is just some goddamn wants that's been marketed to us crazily. I remember growing up, motherfuckers really, orange juice, that's how you start your day right. Like, word. Yeah, it's healthy. It's got vitamin C. You need that shit. I was like, really? Really? And I got this. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I'm not tripping. Because this book I used to have. And I forgot all about it. This is a summary of it. And it's so sad that this how much Google don't give a fuck about. People pay for Google ads and shit and to get placements on Google so that their business pop up at the top of the Google search and shit. Google say fuck that shit so much they let their AI person take all of them people content and then spit it out for the free, not paying them people nothing. So I don't end up going to the site that the content is on so them people can make the money off the ads that Google is selling to people. And so people paying for Google ads on people's websites that people are not seeing because we just stopping at the damn chat, which is crazy as a motherfucker. But any goddamn way, it gave me the synopsis of it. So the main reason we drink orange juice is because in the early 1900s in Florida and California, they had too many oranges. Advertising pioneer Albert Lasker launched a campaign like Drink an Orange, promoting its health benefits, especially vitamin C and selling juice extractors, and dramatically boosting sales. In the U.S., the Army needed vitamin C for soldiers, leading to the invention of frozen orange juice to get it over there. Doctors recommended it for vitamins and ease of use of preparation, fit newer, faster lifestyles, and then all of this. But let's take a look at something. What is the worst food for your body? We'll say food ingredient. Not blood. I mean body. Yeah, I know it's trans fats and all of that shit. But you see, now they put added sugar. All right. They put added sugar. So they implying that, regular sugar is okay. How much sugar in glass of orange juice. So this is in one what is this amount? 85 grams in an 8-ounce glass of orange juice. It is 21 to 24 grams. Okay, sugar in there. All right. So if it was 16 ounces, that'd be what, 50 grams? How much sugar in 8-ounce Coke? It's about 4 more grams of sugar. So I know people gonna be like, but it's got vitamin C. It don't matter if it got vitamin. Your body only can take so much vitamin C, then it discard the rest of it. So, and people be drinking hella juice, be juicing and shit. And this, after this, we'll get the hell off because now I done went down this whole damn tirade I didn't want to get through. All of that shit, we don't even post all the oranges we got access to. We not supposed to have access to all the oranges. All the people's favorite fruits. Fruits was like originally fruits only grew in certain parts of the world for certain seasons. So our older generation of people and ancestors and stuff, they weren't just being able to have access to all the oranges and apples and bananas, all these very high in natural sugar, but sugar in general. They would be able to eat some for a season and then that shit would go away. They couldn't gorge on it. They wasn't sitting there drinking no goddamn orange juice or making all these movies. I be seeing people go to the damn juice bars and shit and get the drink. The drink be having 70 grams of sugar in it. Shit, please somebody explain the nutritional value that sugar has to the body, whether it's just high fructose corn syrup or regular beet syrup. At the end of the day, the shit is empty calories, and some people have insulin resistant issues and all sorts of stuff. We were never supposed to eat sugar like that, whether it's fruit or anything, all day long naturally, and that's why it was different fruits, different places for different seasons, so we couldn't just eat it like that. With all of this goddamn industrial revolution and farm and agriculture and all that shit, now fruit everywhere, and people think, oh, I'm eating healthy. No, you just eating hella sugar. And they market that shit like eating hella sugar in any kind of form is very healthy, and sugar is the worst shit for your body no matter what form it come in. Now, if you go eat the fruit, that's one thing. But juice is you might as well drink a soda. But it's better than hot water. It's the same shit. It's just no difference between a goddamn a lab diamond and a damn natural diamond. Is when you look at the fucking chemical makeup of the shit and the effects on your body, it's pretty much the same. Pretty much the same shit. But it's just marketing though. It's just marketing. That's the only difference between it. How I got on this damn subject, I forgot. I guess my main point I'm trying to say is this whole system is just set up to tell folks shit to make them feel good and sell people shit when we should just really be chilling. But we get told what we missing out on life. They go back to the first story and shit with that married couple, the Christie chick, and everybody being disappointed because they presented their life as this perfection shit when dude had 360-degree waist. And she thought she was going to be the only one. That's not how that shit worked. You know what I'm saying? It's not how it worked. And then, unfortunately, on the flip side, if she even got a Stephen A. Smith, who don't even got a ripple, much less than a wave, he would have did the same goddamn thing. You want to know why? These motherfuckers are fame monsters. If you live your ass on the internet like that, have you putting your damn relationship out there for sale, eventually somebody go buy it. This is just how it goes. None of them motherfuckers really make it for too much longer. All the good couples. Remember the other week when we had seen Angela Bassett and her husband, and they been married for 8 years? I didn't even know they was married. Because they don't be out there blasting that shit all the damn time. As you shouldn't. You just let people know that you got a mutual slave master and try to monetize your relationship is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Ever. It's just not a good. It's not a good thing to do. But you selling people dreams, but it just be a beautiful nightmare. Wow, that was a pretty good ending to the show. It was a pretty good ending to the show. I'm gonna go into the chat to see how much y'all disagreed and shit. And do I got that damn button? I think I got this button right now. Let me see. I think this it right here. Hey, oh, that's that email. Y'all can send anything y'all want me to talk about to this email right here, like on some real shit. And then for any complaints, send to that email right there. Everything I just said about the religion, all of that shit being, they fed us some bullshit about it. Yeah, you send it to that email right there, you guys. All right, go over here to this chat. And I'm gonna get the fuck out. I'm gonna get a form factor for this show eventually. I'm gonna have to fuck up a lot in the beginning. I appreciate y'all sitting through it and all of my stupid rants. Cause I really feel, I be telling my wife this all the time. I was like, babe, I just want to tell everybody this shit don't matter. But how can I say that to people who need to fucking feed their family? Cause that do matter, but it kind of don't. She be like, you're a special man. I'd be like, you mean that like as in a good way, or like Corky from Life Goes On way? She just smile and walk off. I'm like, that's why I love you. Let me see. Where is this damn? How do I be losing the damn chat? I'm not understanding how a whole window be disappearing. It literally is gone. I don't know where the chat is, y'all. I don't know where it's at. Let me get all these screens out the way. I got like 4 screens up here. Disappeared. Restore chat. Okay. All right. Here go the chat right here. All right. Then I can pop it out. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, and the poll. I forgot about the poll question. Do you know any childhood sweethearts still together? I ain't gonna lie. 29%. 52% say no. 48%. Wow. That's crazy. You know what I should have did? I fucked up that question. I should have said, how many of y'all know any high school or childhood sweethearts together that ain't cheated on each other? And not ain't cheated on, that you feel if you had to bet your money, all the money that you got on it, you feel like they didn't cheat on each other. That's the real question I should have had. That's why I fucked up that question. Cause let me see, how many childhood sweetheart people I know that's still together? I only know one. I think they was sharing, like they was, I think they was having like orgies and shit. We was in high school, so I think that was cool with letting each other explore other shit for. Pretty sure they did that shit all the way up into college, so it makes sense for them to still be together. But the motherfuckers who's like, oh, it's only gonna be me and you, Becky Sue, forever. Yeah, eventually, you want to know what other dishes taste like. Some people don't. I can't say everybody. I say out of all of the childhood sweetheart couples I think still together and ain't stepped outside, that are not asexual, have any type of medical condition that would stop them, or any medication that could slow down a libido, or have erectile dysfunction or lubrication issues, or are closeted lovers of the opposite sex. If they just pure 100% healthy heterosexual men and women, only 1% of all high school sweethearts and childhood sweethearts, I think, in all of existence, really 0.10% have never cheated. I'm not saying they got caught, okay? I'm just saying I only think 0.10% have never cheated out of all of them. Yeah. Now, if any of them inflictions I told y'all occurred, then maybe they didn't. But yeah, if they able-bodied, not to be an ableist, but really to be honest, even somebody in a wheelchair can roll and fall on. She in a wheelchair, she can roll and fall on the penis. So I'm not being an ableist over here. I'm saying it's full blown shootery and shit. I'm pretty sure Corky, if he got married, Corky was a megastar in 88, 89 and shit. You know Corky was out there slanging it. So I don't want to put ability into it at all. Just saying. Y'all people that answer that question really think, if you could bet money, them couples, would you bet money your life that they ain't stepped out, one person ain't stepped out on the other one? If they still together, that's fine. I mean, it's human nature and shit. You know what I'm saying? But cause the answer to them questions look too damn Disney-esque. And I'm like, hold on, no. Life don't work like that, okay? Just want to put that out there. Let's see. Where we at? Oh, how do I do the chat highlight? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to copy this into there right there. Hold on, y'all, so I can highlight the chats. I waited on YouTube. That's the only thing I gotta fix. I gotta find a better chat highlight. What is that shit called? Solution. What the hell I need to do? One day. I know what solution I ain't gonna pick. Goddamn punk ass StreamYard. Y'all can suck dicks and die. You as a CEO, organization, the whole entire company can go to hell. I'll take my goddamn money. Don't let me log in my account, you bitches. Let's see. Yeah. This bitch still ain't working. Oh, okay, there we go. What the fuck he walking around with a phone for? And why they go straight to reaching in people's cars and opening doors? Cause they some dumbasses. Apparently he been on ice for fucking 50 years, so he's very used to infringing on people's rights. They need to get active in ways that are meaningful. Don't they realize that the civil rights movement will demand blood and suffering as well as positive things? That's the thing. People gonna have to die. People gonna have to die. Ain't no way around it. And people, we've been programmed to be afraid of the only thing that everybody is guaranteed is death. So when you got a whole population that are afraid of getting hurt or dying because it is other societies out there where they take it an honor to die for their belief or whatever believe on. And really back in the day, the biggest empires were built on people willing to die for the empire because they weren't worried about just themselves. They thought that them going out like that is honorable. See here, since we have been indoctrinated with individualism all the way to the max, we like, no, it's gonna hurt pretty bad. It's gonna hurt where I think getting shot in the face for the rest of my lineage and family and friends to have freedom to live life. It's gonna hurt way worse than this septum nose ring I got. So I'm not gonna fight about it. I will get on the internet and complain though. I will do that. Ain't nobody with that. They done. But I don't even think it's fear. It's everybody comfortable. Everybody very comfortable in life. Like for real. Like if you've been anywhere, they ain't not lying when they say if you go to like a actual like quote unquote third world country, the outside of just homelessness in general, because that's fucked up no matter what. But when you get to the poorest of the poor, it's pretty comfortable to be like poor over here in comparison to other places. And most people like, yeah, you know, I got an iPhone 14. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm on a payment plan. It'd be paid off in 2087. But I got an iPhone. It ain't that bad. You know what I'm saying? I could go and fight back, but you know, I'm gonna get a 17 about 5 years. I'm gonna trade it in. Then I ain't gonna be finished paying till 3082, but it's all good. That's why clearing and all this shit was allowed. That's why that shit was allowed. Now you hear, I don't know if y'all heard Trump talking about, oh, I want all the credit card companies for a year to put a 10%. That was some shit Bernie Sanders and this other fucking senator drew up a bill for like years ago that now he trying to parrot and take some goddamn credit for and shit. And just to sound good. Now the administration is doing the I'ma beat your ass and then put Neosporin and a Band-Aid on your wounds and shit and then bring you some water. Like they doing that shit where they go abuse the fuck out of people, then say some shit that sound decent or whatever. And might even, maybe, possibly, could even kind of do a little bit of the shit. And then like they done extended the subsidies and shit for the healthcare for like 3 years or some shit, but a whole bunch of people had to be fucked over for a very long period of time and shit. What? Let's see. He could have just stepped back if he was worried 100%. He just wanted to shoot somebody. They saying he was recently hit by a car too. So he paid. So in June, apparently he was trying to apprehend a Hispanic American who had 4 names, and he drugged him for blocks, and he said he tried to tase the suspect multiple times, and apparently the taser didn't do it. So yeah, now he supposed to be traumatized, and automatically I'm about to shoot a motherfucker now if I'm near a motherfucker in the car now, and I feel like they're coming right for me. I remember South Park had a scene where that's what how the police and shit would get out of being responsible for motherfuckers. You just yell, they coming right for us, and then you can shoot. That's the fuck he did. 30 motherfucker. That never been unmarked vehicles. So what was that goddamn damn Nissan Titan that didn't have no shit on it? Man, he was scared of getting hit, so he stood in front of her car for filming. Exactly. She did not need to get deleted, just like people should not be following agents doing their job. I don't understand protesting for people who are committing crimes and getting arrested. Let's see. The thing is, could they be getting some criminals? Sure, they could, but I don't think they getting criminal. And most people don't think they are, because the thing is, it sounds very good. Get rid of people that should not be in here committing crimes. That sounds nice, but as a person who done got pulled over a couple of times, because they thought I was selling dope and shit, and searched my whole car, fucked that shit up, threw that shit out just because of what they thought and shit, because I matched the description. I don't trust those types of systems. It sounds great. I want everybody to be safe. I don't want criminal. Depending on the type of criminals you doing. I don't want people harming, children and stabbing people around. But it's certain people consider criminals, and it's just bringing party flavors to the party, and I just don't think that is. Now Fenty, sure, you need to go sit down, but some people is not bringing that to the table. I swear I'm going to be pissed if our 13% of the population has to deal with the dumbest version of hell and torture. These ICE dudes have to pump chump energy, and then thin skin baby ball foods. Yes. That's the thing. They use good justification to where people be like, I don't want that in my community. They just doing their jobs and shit, which some are. Let me see. What was the percentage I gave of people that were high school sweethearts and stuff that ain't cheated on each other? 0 point. So that's the percentage I give of people who get in them type of positions, and then they might initially go in thinking they go do some good, but once you get conditioned in there, I don't know if I told y'all this story. When my son was born, I was like, man, I was doing cable installation and shit, which was cool. But then we got a new boss, and then I went from being able to drive the truck home, which I crashed twice. Not crashed, but I got in some fender benders, but I lied about it, and they had they motherfucking they was trying to get rid of me for the longest. Plus, I just stopped doing work. And again, the other damn way, they finally fired me and shit. As they should have. I did deserve to get fired. I was like, man, I need a job where I can control how much money I make. And some of y'all probably already heard this story. I was like, you know what? It was this. I was living in San Antonio at the time. It was this dude that worked on the east side and shit. And he was very known for shaking down drug dealers. If you catch your ass and you had some dope and some money, you might leave with the dope, but you definitely not gonna leave with the money. If you piss him off, then you go to jail. And I was like, that would be an excellent job. I could control how much money I want. I could also, like, you know what I'm saying? So if I need to make 10 racks, I know where them areas is. So I went downtown and filled out the paperwork, took the test to be a police officer and shit. The first time I missed it by a couple of points, so I had to go back there and I took it again. I passed it this time because I went on forums, police forums and shit. Like, they got these law enforcement forums to learn how to pass these tests and all of this shit, which I learned hella shit. It's so much crazy shit they'll tell you in there. So, oh no, I'm lying to y'all. I passed the test, but the first time you go in there, and the office on the south side, you go in there and they have you in this room, and it'd be 1,000 people that take the test, probably 800, 900 people, because you take it at this fucking arena and shit downtown. Then you'll go to the not recruitment, but where they do the training and shit, right? It was like half the people pass the test, or a good 2/3. You go down there, you fill out this questionnaire. One of the questions is, what's the hardest drug you done did, and when's the last time you did it? And a lot of people didn't know this. If you put anything besides weed, you put cocaine with it, you ain't gonna make it. Now, if you put weed, if it was in the last year, I don't know if they changed this or not. It was like this in like 2008-9. If you put weed, if you did it in the last year or two, then you gotta wait a year until the last time you did it. So the first time I was like, oh yeah, I did that shit. I thought I was gonna lie. Like, I didn't know about that shit. This was before I started reading the police forms. I was like, okay, well, I did it a year ago. I put that, which it was really like about probably 20 minutes before I went in that bitch. And fucking, they'll come back in the room and they'll just tell everybody. And all they do is call the people. They'll be like, all right, they'll name about 20 people, and then they say the rest of y'all can leave. And so majority of people get kicked out. So I went back the next year, and this time I put it to 2 years, so I made it through that filter. Out of them 400 people that was in that thing, I think it was like 150 people left, 100 people left. So after that, you go through the goddamn, you got to do like 50 push-ups, some crunches and shit like that. After that, which was insane to me, I don't think it's even 50 push-ups. It's a certain amount in a certain time frame. I think like in 30 seconds or 60 seconds, you got to be able to do a certain threshold or whatever. That shit knocked out a good 75 people. You just seeing people can't even do 5 crunches, sit-ups and shit. That shit was wild. After that, you do this shit where you pull this dummy and go through this little obstacle course shit. And after that, after all said and done, the last thing is you got to run, 1.5 miles for a certain amount of time. And women got like a shorter amount of time than the dudes. It was like maybe 20 plus of us left during this shit. So we jogging. And I always tell y'all about, Ethan and the synergy, we all connected and shit, because it was this white dude that was running a good pace. And so I caught up with him, and we just pretty much ran in tandem, and we just fed off each other as far as running. Big ass gym muscle bound dudes, some motherfuckers fell off to the front, fell off to the side or whatever, blah, blah, blah. By the end of that whole shit, from a test that started with about 1,000 people to the end of the whole situation, it was 7 of us. 7. It was 1 girl and then 6 dudes. I was the only black person, and this is San Antonio. Girl was Hispanic, 3 of the dudes was white, and the other person, 2 people was Hispanic. So they was like, congratulations, y'all made it to the end, da 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 da. Here's some of the cadets. The cadets came in, and they came out in sync and shit, had their shorts on, they cadet shit. And the first thing come out their mouth is, hey guys, congratulations, da da da. And for lack of, I can't remember verbatim, but basically like, yeah, we're a family, but they didn't say family like that. It was more like it sounded like when motherfucking damn vice lords and shit, when I was back home, would try to recruit you and shit. I was like, these motherfuckers, this shit is a game. That shit, and it hit me like, if I get into this shit, yeah, I'm gonna be able to fucking, make hella money and shit, but I'm gonna have to do hella fucked up shit too. Then I'm gonna have to accept all sorts of internal shit that's just built in, whatever internal racism it is, or if I do see officer, one of the questions I learned that they asked you, like, if I was to go along with the process, one of the questions that asked you when you go back there is, if you saw a senior officer, your commanding officer or something in a gas station, and they steal something, you see them put something in their pocket, what you supposed to do? And the correct answer is, you not supposed to really do shit. But you gotta be able to word it in a way where it don't say that, but you not supposed to snitch on each other and shit. It's like some mafia shit. Like, I was like, what the fuck? And I was reading all this shit in them police forums, and that's when I found out about how a lot of detectives is some bullshit and whatever, and how you trick them motherfuckers and shit. And but I was like, oh my gosh, yes, I would make hella bread, but it's too much. The price for me making that bread is too high. Like, I would if I saw somebody illegally get pulled over and searched and they beat that motherfucker ass, I can't go and stand up for that shit. I was like, fuck, man. Cause I gotta shake down Tyrone at 10:30 for that 20 racks that I know he just closed that deal on and shit. And if I try to fight on this shit, now I'm gonna have to fucking run for my life in California and be found in a cabin and get shot up a bajillion times after I write a manifesto on how this whole system is fucked up. Y'all remember that black cop did that shit in California and shit? And so I ain't do the shit. So with that being said, I knew I got homeboys that went in law enforcement. They went through whatever, detectives. I know people in a lot of stuff, and they don't go in and do, how can I put this? They understand what the system is and they do what they can to the best of their ability, but for them, they got kids to feed and a wife, parents, and they got pensions and shit, and it's just a part of the game. I say all that to say, I know in certain situations, the motherfuckers is some Judge Dredd shit. They can be the damn judge, jury, and executioner on your ass if they choose to. And if you in good, if your reputation good and shit, you be able to get away with whatever fuck we want to. And even if your reputation ain't good, you be able to get away with the fuck you want to. If you fuck up in one county, you can go to another county, get the same damn job, no matter what the fuck you did to people. So when people come to me with like, well, we need this and third, I'll be like, yes, because we can't have nobody, to put the yellow tape around, not the yellow tape, but we all need boundaries and shit. But this type of shit, to me, ICE and all that, is some Gestapo type shit, where it's just like, you telling folks you go get them 10, 20 bands and shit to come join this shit, and it's okay to just get motherfuckers based off they skin tone? That's crazy. If I was a German American, I'd be like, oh, they're going to look off for skin tone. I don't have to worry about that. Or any other type of person. That seems very it's a lot of brown motherfuckers in here that was already here, but since we just said brown, which I don't know, I might be out of that. Like, yeah, I am, according to my 3rd grade class, I am tar black, so I'm not a part of that list. I could say that, but who knows? Tar black could be on the same list as brown. But all of them, they'll tell you when you trying to get in, yo, you gonna be able to pretty much do whatever the fuck you want to if you read between the lines, as long as you stay loyal to the game. So that's why when it comes to law enforcement shit, a lot of people that go in there, some people going for the pension, some people go shake down drug dealers. I was there for the two. That was the two main things. But some people got bullied in high school, and now they got a gun and badge, and they can take out their frustrations on everybody. Some people feel like they were born with raised around certain people that felt like, the origins of the police really was just to protect, rich people's property. And then it turned into, black people's rich people's property. So you got to be able to come back and police that. And then it kind of evolved into, okay, it's going to be a public service for everybody. But it used to just be police and security guard. That used to be just private shit. And some people just raised with some, I'm gonna get rid of. They do want to help and get rid of crime, but they have been raised to think that crime is a black thing, period. So I'm gonna just do that. Then you got 0.101% who, even once they be in the system, be like, you know what, I'm gonna do the right thing regardless. We need justice. We need peace. I need to protect my neighborhood. I need to protect the American people, no matter what color, creed, or race they are. And that's a very small percentage. And by the grace of God, I told you all the times I done got pulled over, I have run into that 0.01% a multitude of times. That's how them two motherfuckers that pulled me over and threw all my shit on the goddamn ground and shit. And that motherfucker who gave me that goddamn ticket. Yes, I did. I was going 120 and shit. I was. But go give me a ticket because my kids wanted no safety seats. Them motherfuckers was like 6 years old and shit. It was way past the weight requirements. I know that motherfucker they should have been. I was like, these motherfuckers is huge. Of course they ain't regular ass seatbelts, bitch. That was the only time I really got into a police officer too. Go give me an extra $150 ticket for that shit. You dirty wench. All right. Let's see. Yeah, shut your bitch ass up, Stephen A. Smith. I agree. Man. What time did this start? It's 3:42. Inverse Eddie Munster ass hairline. Hey, what's the business for AB Productions? What's popping? She didn't deserve to be killed. No black person should support this. Hey, on some real shit. Cause this is bigger than race. On some real shit. So the separation is we get everybody to separate based on obvious differences, like shit you can visually see, right? Then after that, you got to find out to keep people separated on ideologies and politics, religion, all of this shit. And it's crazy. I read in the comments where people will be like, they'll be like, but they keeping the immigrants out of this country that's doing all the bad things. And I'll be like, but it was people already here initially. And they had treaties and shit where you can just go to other tribes. And then a boat full of people from the Caucasus just came here and was like, you know what? This is our shit now. And now anybody else that come here is an immigrant. And that never checks for me. How can a land full of... And then they forced people to be immigrants over here against their will. Now, some of us was already here. And then they had the other natives here. But then they brought over some people. But it was okay to force some immigrants over here. But now we just all anti-immigrant. But it's a whole statute that say bring your child and shit. And people like, but you got to do it the right way. You got to take the test and the legal. I don't give a fuck about it. They didn't take no goddamn test. How you go? That's like somebody coming to my goddamn house and being like, you know what? This is my house now. Yeah. Now, you got two options. You either get the fuck out, or you can take a test about how I took your house and pass it, and all the other people that's been in control of your house since I've been in here, then you can stay in here. And, yeah, because we got to protect it from the others and shit. But you was just an other when you took my... Hey, you shut the fuck up now. You shut up. That's how I look at America. But that's another thing I don't, even when it comes to anything man-made, where I'm talking about they created it. Like this, a man didn't make my shade and me come from a group of people. That's completed. Now they came up with a name for it. All right, but as far as what it is and what's in my blood pumping through my veins and shit, that ain't man-made. So I have allegiance to that to a certain extent. But when you just go into a place and go down the street and then it's like being in a gang, like, yeah, we 5th Street Pyrus. I'm like, hold on, bitch. Why would you name yourself after a street? You didn't build that street. It probably should be called the Rodriguez Pyrus. But you didn't, that's not your street. Why are you pledging allegiance to something that's not yours? And it's the same thing I look at being born somewhere and shit. Especially being born in a place where motherfuckers just came and took the shit. And that's really in a lot of places that any place is being colonized. It's like, the fuck? Fuck you mean? You go make some rules up for this shit. But the rules been going on so long, I just need to be like, oh, this is right. Just because I'm this, that. I don't feel like that. Anybody that's going against the goddamn rule that's not harming the children, hey, I'll be like, get the goddamn. I guess we're elderly people or anybody really. If somebody come over here and they fucking start selling hot plates and shit without a food license, you know that make them a criminal, right? If you break the law, you're a criminal. I don't think they should be put in the goddamn shit. And I already hear folks, we're talking about the people that sell drugs and kill people. They not making no goddamn distinction. The ICE ain't making no distinction between criminals. They not. So I don't want to hear that shit. If they were, we would have seen it up there. Because he would have shot out her car tires. And the good person was like, look, man, I'm so sorry. Did you use discount tire? You do know they got the greatest warranty program, right? Look, that house down there, they're not just your regular Mexicans, okay? They are cartel people. They don't have any of the cards or anything. And they did not pay the weekly payoff that they were supposed to pay me for me to turn my head on anything. So we got to get these criminals out, okay? Now, the Hernandez is down the street. I'm not going to touch them. I didn't even tell anybody about them because Mrs. Hernandez, she does great stuff for the community. You know, she helps the kids to walk across the crosswalk. See, if they was doing designations like that, I'd be okay. But they not. They're like, look at them brown motherfuckers. Just come right for me. Bah, 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 bah. And then he saw a white woman. He's like, this bitch done crossed over. Bah, 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 bah. And once they start just shooting white women in the face, oh, you know. Please, regale me of the tales of all the white women that's been shot in the face in this country by law enforcement. I'll wait. Exactly. There's zero. If it has occurred, it wasn't on goddamn camera. This the amount of white women I think done been shot in the face by law enforcement. What was my number of high school sweethearts that's been together that not cheating on each 0.01%? That's how many shootings of white women in the face blatantly have occurred in this damn country. In my opinion. Hope y'all reading the designation down there. Let's see. Got to get back to the chat, Samurai Rig. I'm sorry, y'all know I be going on my tangents and shit, man. I be fucking up. That day I could tell that lady was on BS and got her to leave her husband for his benefit. It's like, hey, and then the AI hit up her husband. Was like, you can pay me in Bitcoin. I know, I saved you. I know, John. Then John and the AI got together and he gave the AI a sex change. He was like, all right, you got to be a woman now. Act as a woman, and you went and got the full blown bottom surgery. And the AI was like, okay, yeah, now my name is Joetta and not Joe no more. And now the husband and the AI together. Make sure y'all read the disclaimer at the bottom of this thing down here, please, for anybody. Let's see. Because honestly, we all know the play, and none of these coons getting involved in this will only be pets until they put down. God damn, put down. Super, whatever happened to your dentist video? I found all the files. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me see. Drake. Wait. Dennis. All right, so check this the fuck out. I'm so glad you said that, Teresa. So this was the premise of the video I had. It was called Dennis Graham Was a Good Dad. Okay, and I went and collected all these videos. Now I want y'all to see the date. The date of this shit. When I did this, I created these on motherfucking can I enlarge this? On June 10th, on July 11th, 2024. And I copied these over this summer because I was gonna start working on it. But originally, July 11th was when I was gonna start working on it. And a year later, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start working on it again. And I'm glad you said something, because now I'm gonna put this on my home desk. Okay, because this was a part of the Hateration Nation deep dive video footage collection right here. Because I was gonna start doing this deep dive and show how Drake was lying about his pops being a deadbeat and shit, with interviews such as this. But y'all ain't gonna be able to hear this shit. Hold on. I got an app I made for that shit. Hold on, check this out. I'm gonna put all this together one day.
You're the man behind the man. Like, you are Drake's dad. He talks so much about how where you were from and your music, the Southern soulful style, influenced his music. Talk to us. Who's some of your favorites?
You mean as far as rappers or? Oh.
Yeah, Dennis Graham was. Damn, I ain't got the snow button on here, but I think Dennis Graham, I don't think he even knew where the fuck he was at when she asked him that goddamn question. But I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get back to it. I promise, Teresa. I'm just waiting until they gonna let me go, and then I can start working on the deep dive videos, which ain't gonna get no views, cause anything where I talk about deep dive shit I've seen on here, I don't get no views for that. But I'm gonna still do it just out the love of the game, well, the hate of the game. I'm gonna do that. Where is the damn? Oh, this the YouTube shit. Let's see. See, y'all heard that Salt and Pepper lost that UMG case? We talked about that. Unfortunately, they really didn't have no leg to stand on. If you know the history of their music, sadly, they was hoping that they was gonna have a heart, but unfortunately, like Stephen A. Smith would say, legally, in that instance, all that shit was Herbie Love bugs shit. And I'm pretty sure he sold that shit off. And I'm pretty sure he had a split with them, with UMG and a whole bunch of other people. And it's fucked up. Because really, at the point of creation, you put on copyright. But if you sign a piece of paper and you don't know if that piece of paper is saying everything you do from this point on is mine, you don't own it no more. Anything from that point on. Unfortunately. That's why the pen is mightier than the sword. It's some bullshit, because laws is man-made shit, and so you can fuck people over any kind of way you want to. Super, you need to get on Big Zo's TV, rename the Iceman album challenge. We making crazy ass album covers over there. My name for his album is Drake Suck Dick, and the album cover is him sucking dick. That is my that's my submission to it. If you want to steal that idea, you can. you can, but that's my idea for the album. Let's see. I'm gonna have to go over there and see that. Where it be on Twitter or you gotta be on Discord? Where that's at? My first album name was Stream Me. Oh shit. It is very rare. I genuinely like oh shit, Stream Man. Goddamn. Oh shit. And I read it and what made it laugh to me, cause I get that you meant stream men, like he streamed, but I'm thinking of it about the 4 Pinocchio noses that nutted all over him at the end of the last Iceman video, like stream men as in semen that streamed semen over Drake. But yeah, that's crazy. You gonna have 4 Pinocchios chase you with dick noses. And then at the end of the video, they catch you and you turn around and presumably bend over with your hands up like this. That's crazy. It's insane. Let's see. I'm never co-signing a black person not voting. Oh yeah, I'm way past. I thought we already seen this shit. Data that interview versus Data his arrest with the trans highly distinguished gentleman was well made about how things used to work. Yeah, he did. They did. And I gotta be honest, y'all. We gotta be real with some shit. Cause y'all know I'm team not putting nothing past nobody. And that trans got helped out the window a couple of weeks later, or a couple of months later after that. Fast forward, we seen Charlie Murphy True Stories, and Charlie Murphy, he did do a front kick to Rick James. And we've heard the stories about how Charlie Murphy went to that restaurant with Eddie, and that football player that was paralyzed was talking shit, and he went over there and hemmed up the damn football player. And told him he better not say shit. Put hands on the wheelchair bound man. So I have to put 2 and 2 together. I'm pretty sure if I was to make an assumption. I think Uncle Charlie's the one that put a front foot to that trans's torso and helped them out the window. Or over the building. One of the two. This is what I think. Because it makes sense. Because his front kick form was excellent. Let's see. Did y'all hear when the Aiden friends got shot at the stream last night? Where the cops? Was he? All right, let me see. I want to see that. Is he dead? Hey, that remind me of that skit on Wu-Tang. He was like, is he dead? And Gus was like, is he dead? Is he dead? Yeah, you got him right. The motherfucker's dead. I think that was at the beginning. That can't be all so simple. Aiden Ross friend shot. Let's see. Can't be that it was all so simple then. Let's see. Kick streamer Kobe reportedly shot while streaming. All right. Kick streamer Kobe was shot while live on stream in New York City. Aiden Ross, a close associate of Kobe, was later confirmed that the incident was real, and his friend of Kobe's what? Is current. What's up with these crazy ass names? Let me see.
Uber. Why did I get an Uber share? Like, why niggas getting Uber share? Aren't you getting paid on Kick every single week? What are you talking about?
Bitch, my KCIP is $5. Fuck you talk about?
What the heck? Paid on Kick every single week? What are you talking about?
Bitch, my KCIP is $5. Fuck you talk about?
What? Damn.
That girl there. No, you had a
And they laughed at them. Dirty motherfuckers. I'm not gonna play the whole clip so I can be like they laughed at them and shit and just make it look bad. But yeah, I don't know, was it over the Doechii shit? And I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm gonna be very honest with y'all. When it come to that type of shit, unfortunately, I have the thought process that Aiden Ross don't give a fuck about his friends or family. So, even if they take out his mama or something like that, I don't think it's gonna have the effect, the real effect. It's only one person who and he don't need to be taken out. I'm a believer in torture, kidnap and torture. Just killing somebody is, we all guaranteed to die. So that's nothing. You gotta make people not want to be alive anymore while they are still alive for it to matter to me. But that's just me though. That's just me. But hey, they streamers, so I don't know what to say about them. Let's see. I seen Yummy status, and see that's why I really kind of don't like posting about it, because I'm not gonna have my whole thought process is gonna be what I think should happen. It's always gonna end up with me looking very fucked up, but killing people is very easy, and it's an easy way to get off. But like kids, napping somebody in the middle of the night and taking them to a garage where they don't know what's up and putting their feet in some water, and then having a car battery connected to the jumper cables, but never putting it in there, just playing the noise while they got they faces duct taped and shit, and just leave them there for 2-3 days and shit like that, and come back and periodically do that, and just kick them out the chair and just kick them for a couple of hours and shit, then leaving and doing that shit for about a week or something. That's the type of shit I be on. I'm not just shooting somebody else. And see, saying stuff like that out loud is very bad. Unfortunately, this is how I feel about shit. And that's what I think should, if they want to get the proper get back for Doechii, it need to be something like that. Then a toe is missing at the end of it. That's me. But make sure y'all read that disclaimer at the bottom of this shit. I'm just joking. Let's see. What's the pick? Is it a place where we can see the covers? Livingston wishes he could snake Aiden out like he does other streamers. Livingston also wishes he didn't smell like dumpster fire. It sucked to wake up and like look in the mirror and that's your face. I think I'd check out. I really would. With Henry spoiled eggs and cheese on top. God damn. The most, I'm gonna be very honest with you, the most relaxed I ever been in life is when I ain't have shit. Until I started meditating and shit again. But until then, when I didn't have shit, I was very relaxed because I did not give a fuck. Really, I didn't give a fuck about shit because it didn't matter. As long as back when I ain't have nothing, just getting any little thing was great. Like the smallest shit was fantastic. Mustard sandwich was off the chain. But then when we finally did get some bologna to put on that bitch, you would have thought we went to Paris off in that motherfucker. And that's the cool thing about when you don't have, you appreciate shit way more. As soon as I just was able to get unlimited, whatever the fuck, I ain't appreciate that shit. At least not me. I ain't appreciate it. Once I started getting full access to whatever, I feel empty. Me personally. Everybody else might not be like that, but and I didn't need to have to acquire as soon as I was it wasn't too much I can just like for real go get or have access to. I'll never forget the day when it really hit me like that. I didn't give a fuck about none of that shit no more. Like I was like, I could easily go do this, easily go get that, and any type of feelings I had disappeared, completely disappeared. And even if that access or anything ever disappears, it ain't gonna come back. I'm very grateful I get to eat food and get shelter from the elements, and my kids and wife and people closest to me have that access, but yeah, when being broke was great. Well, mentally is great for me. I'm just talking for myself. But I had a dope ass moms. Yeah, like the Saturday morning cartoon cheese cowboy guy was pushing that. Yes. And that was all because of surplus as well. Anytime they put that shit on all of that shit was to get rid of shit. To get rid of surpluses because they were subsidizing and would overshoot or some shit would go on. They'd be like, all right, we got to get these motherfuckers drinking cow puss. Because you know cow milk is for baby cows. We not supposed to. Now, I do partake in it in ice cream form, in dessert forms. My homeboy, I ain't gonna front. Because he was one of them people that fell victim to veganism when he moved to Atlanta. Because all my friends that moved to Atlanta went through a phase of being a vegan for some damn reason. I don't know what the fuck Atlanta be doing to people. But during that phase, because he went back to eat meat, all my vegan friends ended up going back. But when he broke down milk to me, and so I'll never forget, I was eating some goddamn Honey Nut Cheerios, and I smelt it. He told me, and I smelt what he was talking about, and I can't. You know how people smell milk to see if it's bad or not? All milk smell bad to me, unless it's like cooked or something like that. It just smell like dead. It smell like death to me. I can't drink milk no more because it's punk ass. And I didn't have fucking lactose intolerant or anything. I could drink a whole goddamn gallon of milk and be perfectly fine, and I did because I ate hella cookies and ate hella cereal. I had fucking all the cereals. And then it took me about a week to find a good almond milk because that silk shit was thick and nasty and a motherfucker. I ended up becoming a Blue Diamond almond milk fan. Then I went to this other vegan. I went back to Little Rock one time. This other vegan, she go come to me. I was like, we got on almond milk. Yeah, I don't drink any commercial or processed almond milk. I make it myself. You know, you can just get some cheesecloth and some. I was like, I ain't got no goddamn time for no cheesecloth and shit. I just don't want shit smelling like puss. I don't give a fuck about no collagen or whatever that C word they put in that shit. Then I knew how I knew how my mama felt when I told her that if Obama didn't get his muffin top peeled all the way back, that he was a part of the system. And I ruined everything, and that's how I felt about Lil Mama. She tried to poo-poo on my goddamn almond milk, saying her shit was better. I still drink Blue Diamond to this day. Yes, orange juice is very terrible for your teeth, but it's some people, when you get sick, you need to drink it for the vitamin C. People think you can cure the cold virus. To this day. This was really crazy. People still think just being outside in the cold by itself is what gets people sick. They don't know that a cold is called a cold because back in the days, the olden days, when it was really cold outside, everybody would get together. But if somebody happened to have the cold virus before it was called a cold virus, but if they happen to have it when everybody was grouped together in the house, everybody would end up getting sick. And people attributed it to it being cold outside and you being out to the cold. But that's not the case. That's why you see them motherfuckers go skinny dipping in the freeze and cold and shit doesn't happen because it's a virus. And just it being cold outside does not cause viruses. I remember my mama them and shit. Boy, you ain't going outside without no coat. I'm like, mama, I ain't cold. And my kids say, motherfucker, my son used to stay on the bus stop. It'd be 45 degrees. I didn't give a fuck. Never got sick. Luckily, I learned that shit from their pediatrician when they was little. But we believe whatever is said a plethora of times, over and over and over. Most people don't fact check the shit, and it is fucking sad. Fucking sad. But people to this day be like, no, being down in the cold will make you sick. I'm like, okay, all right. There's only two ways you get sick: bacteria or virus, outside of something that is genetic within you. or some type of pathogen or chemical type of shit. But other than that, just on some natural shit, it's gonna be one of them two things. And the weather has nothing to do with it. And I know this for a fact because I used to get in my jacuzzi only in the wintertime. Go out there just in my goddamn swim trunks and sit in the goddamn jacuzzi and then sit and cool down outside on the side of it. Go in, sit for 20 minutes, get out, sit on the side for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, go right back in. Never got sick. Never got, because there were no viruses around me. I was by myself. My wife, my wife and a couple of exes, they come over, be like, you go out there, you gonna get sick. I was like, I'm not going to, you really? And I would break it down. I go have to go to the internet and show them. And one of them, she refused. She was like, yeah, I'm not doing it. I'm like, do what you want. Orange juice removes the enamel from your teeth, and you should brush your teeth off the every glass of orange juice. Also, when it comes to orange juice, first of all, juice is a very unhealthy way to consume fruits because the benefit of most fruit is the actual fruit, the meat of the fruit itself. When you just get the juice, majority of the goddamn, any of the nutrition in it is stripped from it. And that's why they have to put vitamin C back into the shit when it comes to concentrate. Mess around and get the diabetes with some shit. Hey, when I was young, I used to just sit and drink Welch's grape juice all damn day long and be fucking dehydrated. Because I would drink a 64 ounce of Welch's grape juice with some goddamn Keebler soft batch cookies. And then I would eat Ritz crackers and some cheese. So when I wasn't poor, when my mom's was poor, but she got a good job, when I go to my daddy's house, my daddy was the opposite of poor. So I just got to eat and whatever fuck I wanted to. And that was my diet. And fucking all I drank was soda and that shit. But I thought the Welch's grape juice, and my parents at the time thought since it was real 100% juice, that was better than me drinking the goddamn soda. It wasn't. Actually, the shit was worse. Because that shit would drive me the fuck out. Mountain Dew did not do that. Did y'all know people with diabetes smell like maple syrup? Since they can't process the sugar properly, it comes out through the pores. I remember Patrice O'Neal, he said this in his stand-up, but I don't think he was joking. He said one time his wife, they was having sex and they used to like to do the water sports and shit. And he had peed on her and he said she came up and she was like, babe, your pee tastes like birthday cake. He died of diabetes later on. We can't eat or drink shit anyway, not even water. Everything's messed up. That's the thing, y'all. I'm gonna be very honest with y'all. I truly don't believe everything is messed up. And I'm gonna tell you why. Bill Clinton ate McDonald's. Warren Buffett eat McDonald's. Trump eat McDonald's. Now, I'm not saying McDonald's is healthy. What I'm trying to say is, you know what kills somebody more than anything? What kills people more than anything, causes more disorder in your body than anything that you could ever put in it outside of eating, like fucking radiation tablets. Stress. Stress is what kills people. And what stresses people out more than, I can't drink this water. This water got all this fluoride in it, calcifying my pineal gland. So I'm gonna buy water. Now I'm gonna buy this water purifier, this filter. So now the water filter shits was the first subscriptions that people was getting on. Well, one of the first, because they been had subscription shit, Swanson, Mills, milk subscription. But them water filters wasn't nothing but a subscription plan. That's it. Because you would get the Brita filter, pour your water in there, and it's no different than buying a razor that come with 2 blades, and that be $22. And then to get another 3-pack of blades, now they charge you the same amount to get a whole new razor, because the whole plan was to get you subscribed to their brand of razor. Same thing with them water filters. So we get everybody be scared to drink their tap water. And now we buying water. I'm super guilty buying spring water, matter of fact, which the spring water factories and all of that shit, the water might be good, but all of the other harm it does to the people around them communities and shit, not to mention the plastic and all that shit, is even way worse. But that's even stress, right? So they stress you about the water you drink. Then, McDonald's is raccoon backs and bologna is all this and all of that. And you grow up, eating that shit growing up, still be relative. I go to that. I'm outside of my mental illnesses and shit. I'm healthier than a motherfucker, to be very honest with y'all and shit. If y'all saw my diet, because I learned, especially after hanging out in Asian countries for a minute, it's not what you eat necessarily. It's how much of it you eat is the problem. In America, we don't. The problem is of overeating is the issue in America. You eat anything in moderation, you be all right. But we overeat here because we were sold the lie of 3 meals a day as well. Sold that lie. And people submit to it, and it's a programming, and it's in our culture. Other cultures eat once a day. When I was hanging out in Vietnam, them motherfuckers, they might eat something in the breakfast. It all depends on what people's work was, but for the most part, the motherfuckers didn't eat till dinner, and everybody sit down together and just eat one big ass feast. And then, but one no real life, they got lunch and all of that, but that's just because of the 9 to 5 work shit, and that's when you downtown. But like, if you live with a family like that, they don't sit and eat and snack all day like that. Here, that's all the fuck we do, and it's not just there. It's hella other countries where they don't abide by no eating 3 times a day shit. That was all marketing along with orange juice and all that shit. It was the perfect shit. Breakfast food. Now it's lunch food. Then it was dinner. Then a smart motherfucker invented brunch. Remember when Taco Bell tried to make like midnight a meal time? Which ain't nothing but the after club meal time, but still though. But people think you need that or you go down. People don't even know how long you can live without eating. All you really need is water. You can go a very long time without eating food, especially the more fat you got. But that's a whole nother topic. We've been programmed over here and shit. Back to what I was saying about food though. Oh, the red dot 40s go kill you. Yeah. Do you know how much it'll take to kill you? Huh? Do you? It takes a whole lot. And when I say a whole lot, I mean at one time. Then people be like, well, let's go shorten your time on Earth. If I make it to 90 years old, let's say I make it, because the life expectancy for I think my age group was, well, where I grew up in shit, I think it was like 28 or some shit. It was very young. But as far as just regular, if you take violence and all of that shit out, I think it's like they say 75 or some shit, and people be like, "Oh, that's so young and shit." And I'm be honest, my pop's 83, and that motherfucker could probably beat my ass running, push-ups, all sorts of shit. He look young than a motherfucker too. He don't look 80 nothing. That being said, my grandma them died around they 80s or something. My aunt died. She was 99. I done grew up around people that was that old and shit. They don't be doing shit. They sit and watch TV. My pop's got a big ass garden and shit. And his wife, she still work. And he still work because he wants to, because he be bored. But they really all just waiting for the clock to run out. If you sit and have an honest conversation with them and shit, they be like, yo, I did everything and shit. I'm just waiting. They have sold living forever to our this culture. And people spend all this money trying to look younger and live longer, but live longer to do the fuck what? Just what? Be on the news and be like, yeah, Brenda Johnson is 104 beautiful young years older, and then do what? It's coming. So now you stressed out. Well, if I eat this if I eat this Burger King, I'm a die. So I'm gonna eat these. Da, da, da. If you literally got food allergies or your body is literally averse to some shit, like that whole another peanut allergies do affect people. It's people, but the small amount of people it affects. It was a policy. I'm pretty sure that other people's schools. It was like my kids. Somebody got in trouble for I had packed the peanut butter sandwich in there because I don't be giving a fuck. But they got in trouble because the motherfuckers they found out they had a peanut butter sandwich and it was like you can't have it. They can't bring it to school because of the food allergies and the kid might mistakenly eat it. I'm like these motherfuckers in 7th grade. If your child is mistakenly eating a goddamn peanut butter sandwich, that motherfucker don't need to be going to public school. That motherfucker need to be under supervision if they don't know what the fuck peanut butter looks like or smells like, or you didn't educate your child enough to be like, yo, you can't just eat anything. So anytime you eat something, ask if it's a peanut butter jelly sandwich or a peanut butter sandwich. But they make all the other kids suffer. Same thing with that goddamn gluten-free. Most people don't even know why they don't even know what celiac disease is and the small amount of people, but they think automatically just how they market that shit that gluten-free means healthy. A lot of people done put themselves on diets that really on some real shit. It's not really helping them out. Cause most of the shit is placebo effect. That's why it's mind over matter. You get enough if you can get somebody to believe all sorts of shit. And they gonna run with it. Will kill you over that belief too. Kill you over that belief. I used to go to the gym. I don't really have to work out, to be honest with y'all. People be asking me all sorts of shit. How you look so young? It is 1000% genetics. I live probably one of the most unhealthy lives of all time. And I'm not being if my wife was here, anybody, all of us was living unhealthy. Still Reserve E&J was my diet from about, for sure on a daily basis, from about 18 to 32 every day. Black and Mouse, Newports, all sorts of shit. You can see it in the lips. And I go, my blood pressure, everything. I slip up and eat too much sometimes, but other than that, it's all genetic. My mom died of breast cancer that spread to her brain at 65. Her older sister, who is about 5 years older than her, smokes a box of Cool Filter Kings a week. And I'm not being hyperbole. When my mom was sick, my aunt came to help me. And while she was helping her sister laden, her cancer-laden sister, I would have to go and buy her that same box of Cool Filter Kings. She smokes them to this day. She is like 87. No, she 84. She 2 years older than my pops. 84, 85. He went to the hospital one time. It wasn't cigarette related or nothing. She perfectly. People don't understand just how much genetics play. Yeah, outside influence and certain shit, and yes, you can, but for the most part, if you got the right genetic code, there's a lot of shit that's just gonna happen for you. LeBron James is just a genetic freak. All NBA players is just genetically. That's why it's full of tall, big motherfuckers because it was born like that. But that Milk Does a Body Good campaign, they would have a little motherfucker. If I keep drinking my milk, I'm going to be big and strong, have big muscles. No, bitch, you is going to have some stanky ass farts. Is what you go have drinking all that goddamn milk. It's marketing. Most people, it be genetics for the most part. But people will pay all this money. Now, certain shit they can alter and but for the most part, for the average person, your genetics is gonna play the role of a lot of shit for you in life. People need to They don't like to teach people that shit though. They want you to feel like you got full control over every goddamn thing. No. Most of the shit is genetics. The UK had a pineapple craze. There's a building called the Dunmore Pineapple. It was built in 1761, still standing like the tulip craze and shit. This is a similar, and is it shaped like a pineapple, like Squidward's house? I'm gonna look that up. Super, you need a demerit button. I'd probably do. I do. This is the closest to the demerit buttons I got right here. That's the closest to it. Sure. And please make sure you read that disclaimer down at the bottom. It's a lot of information down there. I mean, the universal symbol for Swingers is pineapple, so which is crazy, and it's very odd now that it's very peculiar that that's what Kevin Hart used as his safe word. When for most sex people, that means it's time to go. It's go time. Wait. I voted wrong. I forgot about the one high school sweetheart couple I knew that's still together. They have an indoor video game company together, still going strong. Like I said, I formed the question incorrectly. It should have been you would bet money, all the money in your bank, that they ain't stepped out on each other. That's my fault. I be fucking up and don't be putting the right judge on the questions of shit. Shout out to Miss Misha. Yeah. See, this makes sense right here. This makes sense because we only human. They be trying to make everybody feel like they supposed to be perfect and all of this shit, this moral shit. It's all some goddamn bullshit. Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife. Disability doesn't make one faithful. Exactly. You goddamn right it don't. Stephen Hawking, yep, he sure was. He sure was rolling around that goddamn island. It was always the men in these relationships. Even one had a baby with the wife and they stayed. Always the men that got caught. That's one thing I'll give y'all women. When y'all boast about cheating, the number one thing y'all say is the only difference between us and y'all is we don't get caught. And since that is I'm talking about, I have not one person, and I grew up, we was all whores. You talk to any of my homegirls, they will use that terminology for themselves. The dudes, all of us was going. All of us was going. Yeah, but that's the one thing they would tell you. Yeah, I don't get caught though. You don't get caught. And have y'all ever thought that sometimes people don't leave because technically they even. The other person just don't know they even. Just food for thought. Food for thought. Ain't it funny that Trump did all the BS in Venezuela and now the U.S. oil companies don't even want to go there? Because the shit in Venezuela was more about China and Russia and breaking that link with the oil companies and shit, and that whole situation with the Venezuela and shit. That's why that video I was saying where it was bigger than oil is about oil a little bit. That shit go work itself out, but at the end of the day, it's really like showing strength and might and trying to break that damn pipeline for Russia and China and shit. Cause the messages they be putting out to the people and all of that shit, man, it usually be some bullshit. But they are saying some blatant shit. With that being said, there are if they go down there, their biggest fear is the last time they did that shit, who the next person that came in power just took that shit. His name was Hugo Chavez. He went up in Exxon, ripped down all the Exxon flags. And so money-wise, and they know that they economy down there is about to be very unstable on a lot of shit, and they don't trust Trump and all sorts of shit. It's gonna work its way out though. As long as the money always works its way out, but it's some bullshit. I said they never unmarked cars as in vehicles. Oh, the vehicles supposed to be unmarked? Well, that's some bullshit. But I guess if you're trying to catch people, that's what it is. But a Nissan Titan, though? What happened to the classics? Like Caprices and Impalas. Stuff like that. Nissan, don't demonize the Nissan. I grew up in a Nissan truck family. It's very disheartening to see ICE out there in the very affordable full-size truck doing the disrespect in that case. And they had it in the classic Nissan gray. Very disheartening. You see how commercialism done fucked up my brain? The brand loyalty. Just because my pops used to have Nissan trucks. Fucked. You fried in the head. On this another note, did you see Jesse Ventura speaking in Minnesota? He still looked like a wrestler as well. I did see that. He was talking about he might run again. Hold on. Shit go. Bitch! Why the audio ain't playing? Oh, that's why. Okay. Had it in the wrong damn window. That's my bad, y'all.
Governor, how did it go? Did you talk to principal, school administrators?
I just talked to everyone in there and told them how proud I was of them standing up to the draft-dodging cowards Gestapo.
And you felt like there's progress? Did it make you feel better to have that conversation, or what would you say?
No, I'm just saying, as a graduate of Roosevelt High School and as the former governor of Minnesota, I'm so proud of Roosevelt High School and how they stood up for what is supposed to be America and freedom. And freedom is not arresting people without warrants. We have a system here. It's called a Constitution. And we have a party, the Republicans, who don't seem to want to abide by the Constitution. January 6th is a prime example of that. And now they're all free and they're in charge. You know what? Maybe it's time for Jesse. I only did one term. I'm owed a second. You want to know something? I'll give you a quote. We're a third world country now. You want to know why? I'm an expert. I've been to them. I spent 17 months in Southeast Asia while the draft dodger was playing golf, right? You know how I know we're a third world country? Because in third world countries, they have the military doing their police work in the cities when you walk around. I was in the Philippines the day Ferdinand Marcos declared martial law and went under dictatorship. We went from nobody to a guy with a machine gun on every corner. That's what happens in a dictatorship. In comes the military. That's what's happening here. And people better wake up to it. You want to read something? Then read your history of Germany and start comparing the tactics of what happened in 1930s Germany to what's happening here. Read history. You learn from history. And this is nothing new. This is all repeated. This is a game plan, it looks like to me, you know, of what's going on here. How dare Minnesota, we'll take care of ourselves. We don't need federal troops coming in here without warrants.
Some people have said this undermines local law enforcement.
It undermines the entire Constitution. The military cannot be turned loose unless it's a national emergency. They're going to tell me this is a national emergency? I went to school here. I'm a 1969 graduate of Minneapolis Roosevelt. I'm proud of them for what they did. They made me proud as an alumni. Go Teddies. I held 3 school records in swimming. 2 District 17 records. Our football team was undefeated.
All right, he's getting his
Are
elbow.
you supporting Governor Walz and Mayor Fry the way they've been outspoken towards?
Absolutely. Good for them and good for these people that stood up. They're teaching their students something, that we are a country, that we have to be a country of law and a country of the Constitution. They're all forgetting about the Constitution of the United States of America. We don't even have it anymore. After January 6th, are you kidding me? And then they all get turned loose, and now they're in charge? I gave up on this country when this guy got... I haven't even watched the news since last November. I stumbled onto this, and now look what you've done to me.
Well, thank you for stopping. I appreciate it.
Here I was leading a nice, quiet life, and now you've now you've injected me back in here, and probably going to make me the governor of Minnesota again.
And you seem fired up and motivated.
Because somebody needs to clean up what the Democrats and Republicans constantly wreck. And you notice I lump them together. You know, I should use my old name for them, the Democrips and the Republicans, which my apologies to the Crips and Bloods for using their name in that way.
Yeah, so when he brings up the Constitution, I just never, unfortunately, was taught. It didn't include me. Go here. Constitution, it prohibited Congress from outlawing the Atlantic slave trade for 20 years. A fugitive slave clause was required the return of runaway slaves to their owner. The Constitution gave the federal government the power to put down domestic rebellions, including slave insurrections. Okay, so whenever people bring up, and this is just me, I don't. It wasn't made for me. I remember Trick Daddy told us, land of liberty, no way, not in America. At least not for us. It was written. It was told us. It was told us right here. Now Jesse, it was different for him. But that's why I am not a big believer in any of the rules here, because one talking about me. Now, it was somewhere else I was gonna show y'all that was related to that shit. I can't remember what the fuck it was, because the Jesse Ventura said something. He did look like a wrestler. Oh yeah. How old is Jesse Ventura? Let me look at that. He kind of proved my point. Oh, fuck that. Also, is one more thing I'm going to show y'all. And this is what I was going to do. All right. And the Heritage Foundation. So, I did want to bring this up real quick, because a lot of people don't know this. All right. But we all are aware of the Heritage Foundation. I'm sure most of us know the architects of Project 2025. Okay, it was founded in 1973, and they took the leading role in conservative movement during the Ronald Reagan era. Okay, now it's not just, I'm bringing this up because I know a lot of y'all probably seen me bring this up before, but this is just how long this plan has been in play. And I'm talking about, when I say the plan, I mean the exact plan. Check this out. It's from 1980.
The price of even a small home could be $200,000. And what about their parents trying to make ends meet right now? To stop inflation, we've got to put a ceiling on federal spending. We've got to crack down on waste, and we must lower our tax rates to encourage individual productivity.
Sounds familiar, yeah.
In California, where I was governor for 8 years, we went from near bankruptcy to financial help. We gave the taxpayers billions of dollars in tax relief, and we met the needs of our people. If we're going to stop inflation, we must do it now. Not with bigger government. It takes better government. That's what we owe ourselves and our children. That's why I'm running for president.
Only one man has the proven experience we need. Ronald Reagan for president. Let's make America great again.
Been trying to make America great again for a very, very, very long amount of time, haven't they? Inflation was crazy around that time. Sounds pretty similar to here. We don't need bigger government. Now, here he said better, but lately they've been saying smaller. But this has been the MO since day one, which goes back. The Heritage Foundation gives both sides and shit. Don't matter. They always, this Project 25 ain't the first one they had. The one they had for Reagan, he got 40% done before he got out. This new one, they got 50% done. But that one was 40%. It's the majority of it got passed down the line. Some of it, they just now getting done. But they always have a manifesto. Now, I ain't go front. Manifesto is a kind of cool word though. I might keep it like that. Something else I want to show y'all, just in case y'all didn't know this. They are a 501c. What is that called? 501c organization where they don't pay taxes. To a certain extent, revenue was 101 million, but the expenses is 108 as of 2003. Just to put that out, they got all their hands in all politics shit, all of it. So when people bring up, especially when people that's been in politics, all this shit, bringing up the rules and the Constitution, the people that be coming in power don't be giving a fuck about the Constitution. They'll do shit without using certain names. One thing I will say about this motherfuckers, they basically done said it's getting close to just saying niggas and spics. I'm talking about this close, but they basically done said it without saying it. But everybody else be like, yo, that's not the Constitution. I be like, have you read the Constitution? One for you. When I say you, I'm talking about me. So that's how I be feeling. And when I hear people of Jesse Ventura's complexion be like, oh, the Constitution, I be like, wow, it must be great to have a piece of paper that was written for your protections and make sure you're gonna be okay. The only reason all of us are around here is because, like I told you, they just need our energy and our creativity so that they can live a certain kind of way and have us all toil and stressed out. And you see, I be using the word money a lot, but you heard what I just said now? That they use our energy and creativity. That's why when you done heard people tell you it's deeper than this, is a spiritual war going on and shit, please don't relate it directly to like the church shit that you've been fed. That's a bit of it, but they are right. It is spiritual, but not in the way they trying to tell you it's spiritual. But it is spiritual. But people take it the wrong way when you say that shit. And unfortunately, when you get to talking like how I'm talking, people will be like, they get offended if they some church house people, or if they ain't church house people, they be like, oh, you bamboozled, you say, and you can't help nobody. So I heard a great person say, you can't. This type of talk I'm doing, you really ain't supposed to do it out loud. People will fucking either discard you or try to kill you one other way, out of either anger, confusion, or non-understanding, or they fully understand and be like, hey, if enough people talk like this. But now we at the stage, it don't matter. Everybody already too deep in the game. Another thing about that Ace Ventura footage we just saw was, motherfucker is like 80. He looks very old. That don't look fun to me. I want to look like that. I told you I'm a narcissist. I'm cool with it. Oh, that's vain and shit. What about your grandkids? I don't look forward to that. I just want to make sure they got, the resources to be able to live well. But I don't need to be here to see that shit. People want me to live here so I can see the fall of America. I don't want to be around for that shit. Talking about want to be old. And then tricked everybody into want to be old just so we could toil away for them to eat McDonald's every damn day. And sadly, what I'm saying sounds so insane to people. And I'm like, I get it, but it is what it is. All right, y'all. I've been on here since 1987. It's time for me to get the fuck off of here. So this is the format of the show. Okay, I'm still working it out, but if you see this right here, you see this is gonna be about. I'm gonna be talking about some entertainment shit, bullshit. I'm gonna be talking about entertainment and bullshit. If you see me with this show, that's what Super Rig is. See what's the business gonna be about some politics shit. Okay, just so y'all know. And I'm gonna start planning out the show and the format, work it out over these next couple of weeks and shit, because my purpose in life now really is to, when I say certain shit like that and the people who get it is where I'm really wanting to, I think that's why I'm here, just to kind of slowly try to get people just to awaken from this whole situation that we in down here that has been orchestrated in such a wonderful, wonderful way. But people with, I really believe stress is what really causes most of the ailments in our body bag, meat sacks, vehicles that we are down here in. And the more cortisol they can get in people's system by being afraid of the not only inevitable, because they make inevitable sound bad. Inevitable ain't bad. It's just fate, destiny, just wrapped up in another word. But having people in fear of going back to pre-womb, because people think they just started in the womb. Think it was a pre-womb area. Yeah, no, it is another door. It's called death, where you just go back to, you can't crawl back into the womb. So you got to exit a certain down the way. My goal is to just connect with people when I say shit like that, understand what I'm saying, and I want people to not stop, but to live, to be outside of the construct of what you should be. But it's gonna be very hard, because at the same time people are suffering. And if you are not awake to the shit, you're gonna suffer way worse. And people need to also be consoled and comforted and shit within this realm, and not even knowing about all of the other shit. Because for a lot of people, like I said, what I'm saying is from a privileged position. I was able to live a life fortunate enough to where I had time to even contemplate any of this shit. And I had parents who allowed me to be able to contemplate the shit, made my life easy, even when it was bad. And like I said, when my mom's was damn bad, my pops ain't never been damn bad. And he one of the greatest fathers of all time. So when we was down bad, it was because mama didn't want to fuck. She'd be like, fuck that nigga. She ain't never say that, but I know that's what she was thinking. Anyway, so I hate talking like this, because you gotta be able to have time, be able to go around and see a whole bunch of shit, experience a whole bunch of shit, have people in different positions, like people that's done worked in government, people that's been in police force, be done lived abroad for a minute, and all visit all sorts of types of shit. And that is, I've been very lucky, blessed to do all of that shit. So me talking like this is literally just because I have been exposed to so much shit, and it sucks, because I tell people this all the time. I hate talking like this, because it's no different than when rich people tell people money don't matter, it's not the important shit, but they not lying though. But the only reason they can say that is because they not suffering from just taking care of their physical and shit, and they might not even be talking about it from the metaphysical side of it. But at the end of the day, sadly, it's not, because the motherfuckers get it all. And yeah, having the food, clothes, and shelter is great, but you don't need a 80,000 room house for your shelter. You don't need your food to be all whatever the fuck the schmanciest shit is. You don't need your clothing to be goddamn Versace that was made by small-handed 4-year-olds in sweatshops and shit. Some of it be made in a fashion house for the the one-off pieces and shit. But we not talking about that right now. The materials was made by some goddamn small-handed. It's not too much shit that we interact with where a 7-year-old from some adverse country put that shit together. without no safety glasses, might I add. Anyway, I'm still trying to figure out what the complete message is gonna be on this channel. I need to stop doing lives though, because I always go in these tirades, but I be compelled to go here with it. I really do, and I'm not gonna stop myself from saying what the fuck I feel. The fuck that look like? Not in no goddamn microphone I paid for it. The fuck? And I feel everyone should say how they feel. Now, if you say some shit, you get punched in the mouth for it or killed for it, hey, you should be able to accept that could be the fate of it. And not fear that, because that's also what they want. They want us to be afraid to speak what we feel, what we think. And don't get it twisted. It's a lot of people that need to shut the fuck up saying what they feel and think. They really do. Stephen A. Smith, Nicki Minaj, DJ Academics, and it's a plethora of other people. However, hey, as much as I don't like the motherfuckers, inside they meat sack bodies is just a spirit that is doing whatever that spirit feels it needs to do in this physical form at the end of the day. And it is what it is. So I don't be liking these motherfuckers, but on the same token, I do actually look at everybody, no matter who it is, and be like, wow, that's just a entity trapped in a low vibrational. And when I say low vibrational, not in the way they be using it, them therapists, but I mean, our bodies are literally solid. For shit to be solid, just the vibration of the atoms and shit is very slow compared to upper shit. So it ain't in that doctor chick that went on damn Nick Cannon or Cam Newton. When I say low vibration, we all are in these bodies. Our high vibrational true selves are in these, and it don't matter who. And some people that's in these meat sacks just keep all them people in place. Like, you really actually should pity the Stephen A. Smiths, the academics, the Nickies. And when I say pity, I mean, when you look at it from everybody is a real life, true separate entity from these flesh bodies, that they are using their control of their flesh bodies to cause harm to others. And 9 times out of 10, when they do exit the meat sack bodies that they have, which we all will, I don't know what happens, but if they feel like they doing wrong, but only just so they can meat sack bodies can be good here, I don't think that their inner whatever ever is gonna really get rest. So I look at them and be like, wow, they gotta do that shit. They gotta do that shit. They doing that shit. They choosing to do that shit because they falling for this is the end. With that being said, me saying that and shit ain't fun. So I'm gonna do my best to just talk shit about people that we all supposed to be hating and shit, and do shit against people that look like me and others that don't look like me and are being unjustly treated, such as that white woman that sadly got her life ended in a very fucked up way. And channel's probably not gonna get any subs because y'all know me. I can't. I'm gonna try to ride the algorithm rave, but really I just want to get on here and be talking about topics and then bring it back to don't fall for the okie doke. Please don't fall for the okie doke. But I had to give y'all the disclaimer about my life and shit, because I know it's coming from same thing with Eddie Murphy. The reason Eddie Murphy can talk like that motherfucker done had a bowling alley in his house since 1987. Okay, so now some people that ain't even had to experience all the material shit in the world or have access to it to come to the conclusion that this is all some bullshit. Some people been sitting in Central Park since 78 and been sitting on a bench, park bench, still sitting there right now, just like, wow, all of this is some bullshit. These motherfuckers is going to work every day, slaving away, and they pity me. They pity me, but I pity them. So that's not a necessity at all. I believe it says in the Bible somewhere, if you seeketh, you shall findeth. You gotta seek it though. That's the thing. But I'm gonna be here just spewing this shit, and whoever falls, I hope it helps some people. People who vehemently disagree with me though, please send your emails to. Well, that's actually the negative one. Send it to superrig@gmail.com. Superrig@superrig.com. Send any like stories you want me to talk about, of any type on here. There's no holds barred on this channel, y'all. I'm about to get the fuck off of here, cause I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I had ordered a pizza before this live started, and it didn't get here. My daughter didn't get back with it until the live started. So I was eating it, and then I started here, and then when the camera died, I was like, wow, this is a great opportunity to finish eating my pizza. And I'm about to go finish eating my pizza. I appreciate all y'all. Hope y'all have a good Sunday. I'm gonna have a video out Monday for my news version of this shit where I wear the suit and tie and shit. I might do this shit every Saturday. I think I might do this shit every Saturday. And I'm probably I don't know, but I'm gonna put out 2 videos a week. I'm probably do a live over here. I'm gonna do a senior, what's the name of that shit? Struggle stream live, probably Tuesday. Let me stop lying to y'all, but it's gonna be one day this week, I promise y'all. All right. Well, see you guys on the flip side. Peace out. Wait, hold on. I got this new switch, this new button. Let me make sure this shit work right. All right, we go see if this shit work. Uno, dos, tres, go.